And good afternoon, baseball fans. Welcome to the MyBasin.com Game of the Week on 104.3 and 960 Sports. The Skyline Conference contest is between the North Valley Knights and the Henley Hornets. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Josh Eldridge. So glad that you could be with us on sort of an overcast afternoon. We're coming to you live from the climate city of Grants Pass, Oregon at Agnew Lytle Field at the All Sports Park as the Henley Hornets on the road today taking on the North Valley Knights. Henley enters play 13-5 overall on the season. They are 5-2 in Skyline Conference League play. They're taking on a North Valley team today that is 2-15 overall. They are 1-6 in Skyline Conference League play. These two teams matched up earlier this week. That was on Wednesday, a 10-0 win for the Hornets. They look to take games 2 and 3 of the series today, a double header from Grants Pass, and we'll have all the coverage for you on MyBasin.com and 104.3 and 960 Sports. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we'll get you an updated look at the Skyline Conference standings, tell you how all these teams are shaping up on the final day of April. This is when it starts to get serious as we look ahead towards playoffs starting about halfway through this month. We'll give you an idea of how it's all shaken out up next as the pregame show continues on 104.3 and 960 Sports with HD Video, MyBasin.com.
Hi there, it's Les Schwab Tires, reminding you that changing seasons can mean changing road conditions. Introducing the brand new Backcountry AT2 for a quieter ride with improved performance in wet conditions. Because when it comes to keeping your family safe, the right tires help you feel prepared for anything. Seriously, anything. Now save up to $130 when you buy Quadtrac tires with financing. Les Schwab Tires, doing the right thing since 1952.
At Bowers Construction, our mission statement is to enrich the lives of our customers and of our team. So we're trying to be the best construction company that we can be by bringing value to other people's lives. So the work we provide is basically from foundation to roof in residential, and we work in commercial construction. Find our Bowers Construction Facebook page, or just give us a call. It's 541-205-1464. We are a licensed contractor at CCB 188923.
Hi, I'm Rob Cedar, General Manager of Clown Falls Honda and Clown Falls Subaru. I've lived here my whole life. Most of our employees have lived here their whole life too. Our sales, service, parts, and body shop teams are all staffed with experienced local folks. You know them and they know you. Our dealerships are comfortable and not corporate. Comfortable means we're focused on you. I'm Rob, and I'm glad to know you.
Sports was kind of what defined me as a person. I loved to play every sport I could possibly play. The Abbeys was really the family stomping ground for all of our community. Saturday afternoon soccer tournaments, we'd head over to Abbeys afterwards. And then when we got up into middle school, on our way home, we'd stop at Abbeys after basketball games. When I go home, I want to see two things when I drive through Winston. I want to see my Abbeys, and I want to see my high school. And those are the two memories that stick out the most to me.
And we're back on 104.3 and 960 Sports, HD Video on MyBasin.com for the Skyline Conference matchup between the Henley Hornets and the North Valley Knights. Henley 5-2 entering league play today. North Valley is 1-6. Time to take a look now at the Skyline Conference standings. Above it all is Hidden Valley. They are 5-2 in league play, 15-2 overall in the season. They are the best team in the state of Oregon, at least according to the OSAA ranking on the final day of April. Henley comes in second place in the conference. They're 13-5 overall. They do have a similar 5-2 league mark, as does Mazama, who is 9-8 overall on the season. Those three teams having to wrap things up in May. It's going to be an interesting race to close out the season. Phoenix is right there in the mix too. They're 4-3 in league play, 6-9 overall on the season. The Pelicans of Klamath Union and the Knights of North Valley High School, each 1-6 towards the bottom of the Skyline Conference. Take a look at some of the other games happening today in the conference. Is Hidden Valley over the hill today to take on Klamath Union at Kiger Stadium, and Mazama is visiting Phoenix today for each of those games being double headers. So as best we can this afternoon, we'll give you an updated look at those games throughout the day. You look at Hidden Valley playing Klamath Union today. Expect the Mustangs to probably come away with one, maybe two of those games and stay atop the conference. Mazama Phoenix, though, that is the game that we have to pay attention to here for Henley, because as you enter the final day of April, I heard Coach Adam Randall saying before the game that this is when it gets serious. Right? Playoffs begin for these teams in the 4A on May 25th. Today's the final day of April. You only got a month left of the season to try to get to that championship game on June 4th at Volcano Stadium in Kaiser. And that is definitely the goal for this Henley Hornets team that didn't quite make it all the way in 2019 and looking to get back there. They still have a month of games left to go. We'll take a look at the conference schedules coming up in just a bit again, and of course throughout the day get you updated on those scores. Is between the North Valley Knights and the Henley Hornets today. Coming into this game, Henley is undoubtedly the favored team. They've got a 21 game win streak against the Knights that's dating all the way back to 2014. The past 7 seasons, Henley has swept these Knights each year, and they're looking for more favorable fortunes today on the road. A bit overcast skies. We'll take a look at the weather and, of course, get you starting lineups and first pitch when we return on the MyBasin.com Game of the Week on 104.3 960 Sports. On Top Tree Services have one of the highest buckets in town. No job too small, no tree too tall. Operating since 2017, this crew's ready for your land clearing, tree removal, tree trimming, stump grinding, and fire prevention. On Top Tree Services offers same-day estimates. I can't mention this enough. If a tree falls on your house or vehicle, they offer a 24/7 emergency tree or limb removal. Give them a call today at 541-882-8707. On Top Tree Services, fast, easy, and reliable. CCB 216014.
The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 120,000 participants here in Oregon who take part in high school sports or activities.
Sports was kind of what defined me as a person. I loved to play every sport I could possibly play. The Abbeys was really the family stomping ground for all of our community. Saturday afternoon soccer tournaments, we'd head over to Abbeys afterwards. And then when we got up into middle school, on our way home, we'd stop at Abbeys after basketball games. When I go home, I want to see 2 things when I drive through Winston. I want to see my Abbeys and I want to see my high school. And those are the 2 memories that stick out the most to me.
Hi there, it's Les Schwab Tires, reminding you that changing seasons can mean changing road conditions. Introducing the brand new Backcountry AT2 for a quieter ride with improved performance in wet conditions. Because when it comes to keeping your family safe, the right tires help you feel prepared for anything. Seriously, anything. Now save up to $130 when you buy Quadtrac tires with financing. Les Schwab Tires, doing the right thing since 1952.
And welcome you back to the MyBasin.com Game of the Week on 104.3 and 960 Sports. Time to take just a quick look now at the starting pitching matchup between both of these two teams. For North Valley on the mound today is going to be Cooper Cartwright. He is a junior getting the nod today. The junior for North Valley has helped his team accomplish that 2-15 overall record. These couple of wins that North Valley has come against some pretty decent opponents, right? You look against that 12-2 win over Phoenix. That came last week. They also have a 5-4 win over Sutherland. That came here back at the beginning of this month. So a chance for the junior to do some damage against this Henley team. And then for the Hornets, you're getting Mark Carpenter, the right-handed freshman who last pitched last week against Klamath Union. Got the start in Game 1 and helped his Hornets to a Game 1 victory over the Pels last week, 22-1. He then came in relief in the second game last Saturday and got the win in a 7-6 win for his team. So not too often that a pitcher will get two winning decisions on the same day, but that's exactly what Mark Carpenter, the right-handed freshman from Henley, did last week. I'm excited to watch this kid pitch again. He's got good control of his stuff, throws a good hard fastball, and can definitely pull the string as well. We'll get you the defensive starters and, of course, the starting lineups right next as we get ready for first pitch on 104.3 and 960 Sports.
Threads. There are many threads that run through our region. There are churches and schools and Little League teams that bring us together and bind us into communities. There are roads and cars. There are houses and jobs and businesses, all woven together to make the fabric of our communities. There are financial threads that are part of that tapestry as well. For over 80 years, it's been our pleasure to be headquartered here, providing financial services to generations of our friends and neighbors. From that first savings account, to retirement planning, and all of the cars and houses and groceries in between, we keep your money local, investing it back into our communities, adding more threads to the fabric to make our communities stronger. Pacific Crest Federal Credit Union. Find your path.
Almost ready for baseball this afternoon from Agnew Lytle Field in Grants Pass. We're at the All Sports Park today. It's kind of an overcast day. You can look over the left field fence a little bit and see some blue skies. About 50 degrees as we are getting ready for first pitch here in just a few minutes. The coaches meeting with our umpires this afternoon. Adam Randall, the head coach for the Henley Hornets. Clay Valenzuela-Reese, the head coach for North Valley in his second season. Would have been his third season if we didn't lose 2020 due to the COVID year where we lost baseball. That was intended to be his first season. So starting a little bit behind the curve with a weird year last year. This is his first full season with no COVID rules, no weird non-league rules. So for all intents and purposes, second-year head coach Clay Valenzuela-Reese for the North Valley Knights. We'll learn a little bit more about him as the show and broadcast continues this afternoon from Grants Pass. The Henley Hornets making about 2-hour trip from Henley High School over here today. Again, we are not at North Valley High, which is just north of the city of Grants Pass. Their field not in great playing shape. Now the softball teams still playing over there. We'll try to get you updates on those games as we continue today as well. Looks like the North Valley Knights getting ready to take the field here in just a minute. The Knights wearing maroon hats with maroon jerseys, kind of white sleeves. They've got yellow numbering and trim across the front and back. They're wearing white pants with a maroon red stripe down the side. The Henley Hornets today, they're wearing their navy blue caps with the H written on top. They've got yellow jerseys and white pants today for the Henley Hornets. Their numbering and lettering is in navy blue across the front and the back. As the North Valley Knights get ready to take the field, we'll get you the starting lineup for the visiting Henley Hornets. Leading off, number 12 and playing third base is Blaine Boersma. Aiden Hayes bats second. He'll be starting in left field. Dylan Tobias, the designated hitter, is batting third for the Hornets. Hitting cleanup is Matt Douglas, the first baseman. Hunter Schweink, the shortstop, bats fifth. Starting at catcher and hitting sixth is Tyler Harper. Batting seventh in center field, Owen Sheen. Mark Carpenter, the pitcher, hits eighth in the Henley order. And Leo Ehult, the second baseman, rounds out the Henley order. Of course, on the bump for the Knights is Cooper Cartwright. His defense looks like this. Farmer is catching. Pescada is at third base. Dane Kissel at short. Jace Elzey at second. For the Knights at first, it's going to be, Joseph Munoz. And then in left field for the Knights, it's going to be Leo Friedman. In center, it's Brady Huff. And in right, it is Asher Zaka, the starting defense for the North Valley Knights, as we are just about ready for first pitch this afternoon. Appreciate you being with us. My name is Josh Eldridge. The Skyline Conference matchup brought to you in part by the folks at John Bowers Construction. The team could get your yard cleaned up and ready for spring planting. You can get on their mowing and weeding maintenance schedule. John's crew is ready to make your yard look its best. You can call John Bowers Construction and Landscape Maintenance today at 541-205-1464. The first pitch misses high for a ball. That's how we get things started today. First pitch, 12:03 on this fine Saturday afternoon. The 1-0 pitch home to Boersma is lifted into right field. Getting under it and making the catch is Zaka in right to set down Blaine Boersma. And that is how we get things started today from Grants Pass. Stepping in now is Aiden Hayes, the left fielder for the Hornets. He's batting .309 on the year so far. A solid average for a player who is just a freshman and starting here at varsity, getting a start in left field today. Has generally played middle infield for the Hornets as he wraps one into left field. That'll get down for a base hit. A one-out single for the freshman Hayes puts Dylan Tobias up to hit. Tobias, the designated hitter, he was the starting pitcher in the 10-0 win on Wednesday. That was back at Rosser Field. He is unavailable to pitch today. Got that straightened up with Coach Adam Randall. Still has a few more days rest before he's able to throw again. Cartwright comes set, delivers the pitch to Tobias. That one's going to miss outside for ball one. That 10-0 win that Henley had back on Wednesday, it's part of a 4-game winning streak that the Hornets have built for themselves, starting with a 3-game series sweep of Klamath Union last week. Tobias sends the 1-0 pitch into left center field. That one's going to get down. Headed for third now is Hayes. The throw is not in time. He gets up standing, and a one-out single for Tobias moves Hayes to third. We've got runners at the corners with just one out. And in steps Matt Douglas. The Hornets have got something cooking here in the top of the first. Scored 2 runs in the top of the first, in the bottom of the first back on Wednesday when they beat this North Valley Knights team. Again, a 21-game win streak against these Knights coming into today's game. The first pitch to Matt Douglas is lifted into left field. Taking a couple steps over is Friedman. He makes the catch. Tagging to go home is Aiden Hayes. The throw not in time, and the Hornets strike first this afternoon. They lead 1-0. On the play as well, Dylan Tobias moving to second, so a sacrifice fly and an RBI for Douglas. There are 2 outs in the inning now for Hunter Schweink with a runner on second. And again, that runner is Dylan Tobias. Schweink, a .333 hitter on the season, getting the start at shortstop today for the Hornets. Cartwright comes set, kicks, and delivers what looked to be a breaking pitch. Farmer, the catcher, stopping that one from getting to the backstop. Was a decent pitch, but I believe missed low for a ball. 1-0 the count to Schweink. Right-handed hitting Hunter Schweink kind of leans over the plate a little bit, lets the bat rest on his shoulders until the pitcher starts his deliveries. We've got a very calm demeanor as he watches that pitch miss inside. 2-0 now to Hunter. Wouldn't be surprised if we saw Hunter pitch a little bit today, whether it's in game 1 or 2. Again, a doubleheader today from Grants Pass. The 2-0 lifted into right center field. That one's going to get down for an extra base hit. Dylan Tobias is going to come around to score. That one rattles up against the wall. Hunter Schweink round second and is heading for third. He dives in safely, no throw, and Hunter Schweink with an RBI triple gives the Hornets a 2-0 lead in the top of the first. Dylan Tobias scoring on that play brings up Tyler Harper. Harper starting catching today. Still 2 outs in the inning. Harper a .292 hitter. The first pitch to him is going to be looked at outside for ball 1. Farmer having to keep that one in front of him, doing a nice job there. Owen Farmer, the catcher, a senior, I believe a 3-year starter on the North Valley Knights varsity squad. Also a 3-sport athlete. Could recognize that name from football and basketball broadcasts early in the year. The 1-0 is hit on the ground towards third. Pesqueda is up with it. The throw on to first is in time. Down go the Hornets, but not before scoring 2 in the inning. 1 off the RBI triple from Hunter Schweink. The Hornets 3 base hits in the inning. They do leave 1 stranded. They lead 2-0 going to the bottom of the first. You've got the MyBase.com Game of the Week on 104.3 and 960 Sports.
Sports was kind of what defined me as a person. I loved to play every sport I could possibly play. The Abbeys was really the family stomping ground for all of our community. Saturday afternoon soccer tournaments, we'd head over to Abbeys afterwards. And then when we got up into middle school, on our way home, we'd stop at Abbeys after basketball games. When I go home, I want to see 2 things when I drive through Winston. I want to see my Abbeys, and I want to see my high school. And those are the 2 memories that stick out the most to me.
And to welcome you back to 104.3 and 960 Sports for today's MyBasin.com Game of the Week. The Henley Hornets already lead 2-0. We head now to the bottom of the first inning. The North Valley Knights get their first crack at Mark Carpenter, the starting pitcher for the Henley Hornets. The freshman right-hander getting the start against the North Valley lineup that looks like this. Leading off at third base is Anthony Pesqueda. Jace Elzey bats second. He's starting at second base. Dane Kissel, the shortstop, hits third. Hitting cleanup, the center fielder, Brady Huff. Cooper Cartwright bats fifth and is the starting pitcher for the Knights. Owen Farmer, the catcher, is hitting sixth. Batting seventh is Joseph Munoz, the designated hitter. Asher Zaka in right field is hitting eighth. And rounding out the North Valley order, in left field is Leo Friedman. And Mark Carpenter getting his first start since a week ago today against Klamath Union. Carpenter pitched a fine game against the Pelicans, helped his team to a 22-1 victory in Game 1 of a doubleheader last week as Anthony Piscata gets ready to step in against Carpenter. Piscata, the starting third baseman, and Carpenter fires in ball one to Piscata. The defense for the Henley Hornets: Tyler Harper behind the dish, Blaine Boersma at third, Hunter Schweink at short. We'll get you the rest after this as Mark Carpenter finds the outside part of the dish, a ball and a strike to Piscata. At second base for the Hornets, it's Leo Ahalt. At first, it's Matt Douglas. And the outfield after this, the 1-1 is lined into right field past the glove of Ahalt at second and down for a base hit, a lead-off single for Piscata and the Knights. That'll bring up Jace Elzy. The outfield starting for the Hornets, starting outfield, Aiden Hayes in left, Owen Sheen in center, and Peyton Price in right field as the right-handed hitting Jace Elzy steps in. Jace, a sophomore. Throw over to first from Carpenter, almost ended up down the line. Douglas had to come off the bag to grab it, and he did so just fine. Henley infield cheating for a double play, and the third baseman Boersma playing in on the grass. The first pitch to Elzy. He lays down a bunt, rolls out towards second. Ahalt is up with it. The throw to first is in time. A bang-bang play at first, but they get him. Piscata moves to second. Elzy out on the play, and that will bring up Dane Kissel. Well, we just saw Elzy, and now we got Kissel, the two sons of two of the assistant coaches for North Valley, Jason Elzy and Curtis Kissel, two assistants to Clay Reese, the second-year head coach of the North Valley Knights. Is the first pitch to Kissel on its way from Carpenter, lifted right in front of the pitcher's mound. Carpenter calls everyone off and makes the catch himself for out number two. And that will bring in Brady Huff, the center fielder. Huff, a junior for the Knights, another one of those three-sport athletes that you see from North Valley. These schools in Grants Pass and in the Basin, for that matter, they produce a lot of three-sport athletes. Huff is one of those for the Knights. The first pitch to him is a ground ball that will get into center field. They're waving Piscata to go home. The throw from Sheen from center is high, and Carpenter is there to save it from going to the backstop as Brady Huff ends up at second. A run scores on the play, and the Knights trim this to a 2-1 ball game with 2 outs now and a runner at second in Brady Huff. A RBI double for him brings up Cooper Cartwright, looking to tie this game with 2 outs in the first. The starting pitcher for the Knights, a chance to help out his own cause a bit as Carpenter comes set, checks his runner at second. Checks again, now going to cover as it halt. The throw back to second is not in time. Back safely on deck for the Knights is Owen Farmer if he gets the chance. Carpenter trying to work himself out of this one. He's allowed a couple base hits and a run to cross already. The first pitch on its way to Cartwright is hit into shallow center field. Ranging over is Leo Ahalt to make the catch behind the second base bag. That's a nice play to range over that far and end the inning. The North Valley Knights score 2 on 2 base hits. They leave one stranded. Henley leads 2-1, heading to the top of inning number 2 on myban.com.
Our mission is to enrich the lives of our customers and of our team. So we're trying to be the best construction company that we can be by bringing value to other people's lives. So the work we provide is basically from foundation to roof in residential, and we work in commercial construction. Find our Bellers Construction Facebook page, or just give us a call. It's 541-205-1464. We are a licensed contractor. It's CCB 188923.
We welcome you back to Henley Baseball on 104.3 and 960 Sports with HD video on mybasin.com. Heading to inning number 2 in the top of the second, it'll be Owen Sheen, Mark Carpenter, and Leo Ahalt, the 7, 8, and 9 hitters in the Henley order. They lead 2-1 after plating 2 in the top of the first. An RBI from Matt Douglas and one more for Hunter Schweink gave Henley the lead. North Valley answered back in the bottom of the first with a double, an RBI double off the bat of Brady Huff. And so that's how we find ourselves with a score of 2-1. The first pitch to Sheen missed high, 1-0. Sheen, a 192 hitter on the year, the left-handed hitting Sheen. Waits the 1-0. That one comes inside. It's 2-0 to Owen. Good defensive player, Owen Sheen, the junior, standing about 6'3". The 2-0 delivered to him. He watches that one miss on the outside part of the plate as well. Now 3-0 to Owen. Talk about 3 sport athletes for North Valley. Owen Sheen definitely is one. Part of that Henley Hornets football team that made it to the second round of the playoffs, and the basketball team that was eliminated in the first round to Staten. As a matter of fact, Owen Sheen was part of the all-conference basketball team for Henley. Was a leading scorer for the basketball team as well. Now the lowest batting average in the starting lineup for baseball, but still a key contributor as he watches ball 4 miss inside. He gets a free pass there, and in comes Mark Carpenter. Carpenter, the starting pitcher, doesn't get too many at-bats. He has been designated hit for quite a few times for the Hornets. I see just in terms of the number of at-bats he's had, he is right around the guys who start about half the time. He's only had 24 ABs this year. He lays down a bunt down the third base line. Piscata is up with it. Throw on to first is not in time. Now headed to third is Sheen from second. He slides in there safely. So now we've got runners at the corners and nobody out for the Hornets. In steps Leo Ahalt. A .388 hitter is Leo Ahalt in 54 plate appearances. He's got 21 base hits and 7 extra base hits. That's a pretty good percentage there as the pitch misses outside. A ball and no strikes to Ahalt. Runner at first is Carpenter. At third, it is Owen Sheen. Coming set is Cartwright on the mound. He throws over to first. Taking a couple steps down the line is Sheen. They stare him back, and he is back at third. Mark Carpenter got back to first base safely, so the count's still 1-0 to Ahalt as he steps back into the batter's box. Coming set is Cartwright. The pitch is lined into left field. That'll get down for a base hit. Owen Sheen will score. And Carpenter will stay put at second. So Ahalt aboard with an RBI single gives the Hornets a 3-1 lead here in the second inning. Runners at first and second. At first, it'll be Leo Ahalt. At second, it's Mark Carpenter. At the plate now is Blaine Boersma. Blaine 0 for 1 today. He flew out last inning in the first to get the game started. Now he's got some ducks on the pond. We'll see what Blaine Boersma can do with nobody out and 2 on. Takes a hack at the first pitch he sees, pops it straight up. Right behind the pitcher's mound, coming on strong, the shortstop, Dane Kissel, puts that one away for the first out. And that will bring up Aiden Hayes. He is 1 for 1 in today's contest. Singled in the first, came around to score, was part of that 2-run inning the Hornets had last time around. Hayes, a .309 hitter on the season. For a freshman, he's looking to keep improving those numbers over his next 3 years of his high school career. Watches a big bending curveball from Cartwright miss high. A ball and a strike. Cartwright's going to want to miss lower with that one. If he's going to miss in the zone, don't want to leave a hanging curveball to this Hornets lineup. Hayes awaits the 1-0. Pickoff move to second, and back safely is Carpenter. The throw almost ended up in center field, but Dane Kissel, the shortstop, making a nice play to stop that from happening. The pitch is lifted in the infield, and Elzy makes the catch at second base to secure the second out in the inning. In steps Dylan Tobias. Tobias is 1 for 1 today, singled in the first, the designated hitter. He is hitting for Peyton Price, the right fielder for the Hornets. And now he bats with 2 away and 2 on. His team leads 3-1. The first pitch finds the zone, maybe a little bit low in the zone for Tobias. He finds himself down in the count, no balls and a strike. Cartwright comes set, kicks, delivers, both runners moving. It's a hit and run as Tobias lifts one into right field. Zaka coming on strong. That one will get down. Scoring on the play is Carpenter. A halt will stay at third. Henley leads 4-1. Another base hit for him as well. And that will bring up Matt Douglas. So the hit and run play worked for the Hornets. Carpenter scored. A halt to third. And now runners at the corners, still with 2 away. And now you get into the middle of the lineup for Douglas. An RBI already today. It was a sacrifice fly in the first. The first pitch to him comes inside and hits Douglas. And so that will load him up for Hunter Schweink. Hunter Schweink, I'm sure, loves these kinds of moments. So far this season, he is second on the team in RBI. He's got 11 so far this year. Watches strike 1 on the outside part of the plate. Team leaders in RBIs for the Hornets is actually a tie between a halt and Dylan Tobias. And I'm looking right now. A halt technically the team lead with an RBI already today. Hunter Schweink actually at 14 with the one he got earlier today. So still... he's at 12 with the one he got earlier today. So still in that second place spot. A halt leads the team in RBI, but base is full. The pitch to Schweink is on the inside part of the plate. Ground ball towards short. Ends up into left field. One run's going to come around to score. That's a halt. From second, Tobias comes in. And Henley scores 2 on the play, making it a 6-1 ball game. 2 more RBI for Schweink gives him 3 on the day. And in steps Tyler Harper. Douglas stands on third. Schweink at first, and a timeout. Looked like the infield might be trying to get on the same play for the Knights as Farmer came out, gave a couple signs, and now it's up to Harper to see what he can do with 2 outs. The first pitch to him is going to be looked at. Misses outside, ball 1. Tyler Harper 0 for 1 on the afternoon so far. He grounded out back in the first inning. Harper awaits the 1-0, hacks at that one. Lifts it into shallow right field. Converging on it is Zaka and the second baseman, Elzy. And Elzy is the one to put that one away and end the inning. For the Hornets, 4 runs on 3 base hits. They do leave 2 runners stranded. They lead 6-1. Heading to the bottom half of the second on 104.3 960 Sports with HD video on mybasin.com.
Trying to lose some weight and get in shape? Harbor Isles Tennis and Fitness Club provides a clean and friendly workout environment with professional and experienced staff to help you achieve your goals. They offer state-of-the-art equipment, indoor tennis and pickleball courts, certified personal trainers, tons of group exercise classes. They're the best exercise facility in the Klamath Basin. Plus, they now have a smoothie bar to give you a nutritious boost after your workout. See and feel the difference at Harbor Isles Tennis and Fitness Club. It's the place to be.
And welcome welcome you back to 104.3 and 960 Sports, HD video on mybasin.com for the Skyline Conference matchup between the Henley Hornets and the North Valley Knights. In the bottom of the second inning, North Valley has Owen Farmer, Joseph Munoz, and Asher Zaka due up. That'll be 6, 7, and 8 in the North Valley order. They've already got one run on the board. They trail Henley 6-1. Henley plating 4 in that last inning and trying to bust this thing open a little bit. Again, it was a 10-0 win back on Wednesday. Henley looking to continue building on the 4-game win streak they have coming into today's game and stay in the race for a Skyline Conference title, which will be tightly contested in the final couple weeks of the regular season. You've got Hidden Valley still at the top. They're one of the best teams in the state. I think Mazama and Phoenix will be in the mix. And then, of course, these Hornets. Owen Farmer steps in. The first pitch to him is going to be grounded foul down the third base side for a strike. Farmer, again, a 3-year starter on varsity. He's the starting catcher, and he looks like it, too. One of those guys that goes up to bat without batting gloves. That is a rare breed nowadays as he lifts one into shallow right field. Taking a couple of steps back is a halt at second, and he puts that one away for the first out. That will bring in Joseph Munoz, the third baseman for the the first baseman for the North Valley Knights. First pitch to him from Carpenter is going to be lofted foul behind the plate for strike one. Might be able to hear it bounce around the big overhang we've got here at the All Sports Park. We've got open bleachers down either baseline and then the big grandstand right behind home plate. The 0-1 on its way will miss outside, a ball and a strike to Munoz. Asher Zaka on deck. The 1-1 home is going to find the outside part of the plate. A ball and 2 strikes now to Munoz as Carpenter in control of this at-bat from the windup. And he lifts that one into left field. It will be a fair ball down the left field line and a base hit for Munoz. And that one kind of dies in the grass, so it'll end up just being a single for Munoz. And he is on first with just 1 out in the inning for Asher Zaka. And that ball kind of hit the outfield grass and died pretty quickly. Could be a theme, especially in Game 1 of a doubleheader today. It was raining here in Grants Pass up until about 9 or 10 a.m. today. The first pitch to Zaka is a ground ball down first base. Douglas wasn't in position to get there, and that one is into right field for a base hit. Munoz to second, and the Knights are trying to put something together here in the bottom half of the second. Leo Friedman steps in. At first, it's Zaka. Munoz at second. And only 1 away in the inning. Left-handed hitting Friedman steps in. Friedman, a freshman. He is also listed as a pitcher on this roster. Curious to see if we'll see him a little bit later. The first pitch to Friedman comes inside and misses down and in for 1-0. Friedman, another one of these guys who is not wearing batting gloves. I know it's interesting to note, but just a rare breed nowadays. The kids like the batting gloves. It does feel nice, let me tell you. If you want to stay away from those stingers off the end of the bat or off the inside, those feel no good. But, you know, maybe they like the feel of the no batting gloves. It kind of gives you some grit a little bit. Makes you a ball player. That's what I say. There's a difference in a baseball player and a ball player. Count is 2-0 to Friedman as he watched that last one miss inside. Carpenter is ready to deliver the 2-0 pitch. Checks his runner at second, kicks and fires a pitch that was fouled back. 2 balls and a strike now to the freshman Friedman. Freshman versus freshman battle out there. Carpenter against Friedman. He comes set. Gets the sign from Harper behind the dish, kicks and delivers. That one just missed high. 3 balls and a strike now to Friedman. At second base, it's Munoz. Zaka at first in a 6-1 ball game. Henley leads with 2 outs in the bottom of the second. The pitch is, just going to miss high and away. That'll load the bases for the top of the North Valley order. And Anthony Piscata, first walk issued as well for Carpenter. And Piscata is 1 for 1 today. He singled back in the first and came around to score when Brady Huff sent one into the outfield. As Tyler Harper comes out and talks to his freshman Carpenter. Find time to remind you that this game is brought to you in part by the folks at Les Schwab Tires. Having the right set of tires and wheels on your vehicle is just part of an essential safety checklist, and that's why Les Schwab does more than install just tires and wheels. You can come on in for a free pre-trip safety check, and they're going to help make sure that everything is in order at Les Schwab Tires. They've got 2 locations in Klamath Falls on South 6th Street and Merrill, and one on Washburn Way as well. They've been doing the right thing since 1952. First pitch to Piscata, missed high. I think that was high, 1-0. Carpenter must be feeling squeezed just a little bit out there. Comes set with the 1-0 pitch, kicks and delivers. That one finds the outside part of the dish for strike 1, evens the count at 1. Big showdown here with bases loaded and 2 outs in the bottom half of the second inning. A 6-1 ball game. Carpenter delivers. A breaking ball comes in high and tight. Might have just been the normal changeup from Carpenter. Regardless, misses high and in. 2 balls and a strike to Piscata. Jace Elzy on deck should he get the chance. Carpenter comes set with the pitch. Kicks and delivers. That one's fouled back. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Piscata. Piscata, no stranger to these situations, a junior for the Knights. The 1-2 on the way. He watches that one. Just missed low. That'll actually run the count full. 3 balls and 2 strikes now. My mistake. Carpenter trying to avoid walking in a run. That would be detrimental to the cause. The full count pitch on the way will be lifted foul. We'll do it again. 3-2 to Anthony Piscata. Knights trying to get back into the winning column. They did take 1 of 3 from Phoenix last week. Another foul ball to Piscata with 2 outs and the bases loaded. Took 1 here, as a matter of fact, against Phoenix. And that was a week ago today in a 12-2 win over the Pirates. They also lost 14-4 against Phoenix and 10-0, but they did grab that 1 win. Their other win on the year coming against Sutherland on April 1st. The full count pitch is going to be lifted. It's in foul territory. Harper thinks he has a play on it, and that one will drop foul into the bleachers behind the down the first base side. So we'll do it again. 3 balls and 2 strikes. One thing of note here at the All Sports Park, quite a lot of foul territory. One might call this a pitcher's ballpark, in pretty deep dimensions too. Down either line, it's 327 to dead center field. It is 380. And again, quite a bit of room in foul territory for these balls to be tracked down. Definitely a stark difference from Rosser Field back in Klamath Falls. The 3-2 pitch again on its way to Piscata is fouled back. A battle is brewing, and a big at-bat too, in a big situation. This is when it starts to become a game of chess between the pitcher and the batter in Piscata. We'll see who wins as we do it again. A 3-2 count. Carpenter comes set. The pitch is going to be lifted and foul once again. These are the kind of at-bats, though, that no matter what happens, yes, bases are loaded. Maybe in a different circumstance, of course, you'd like to get runs here, but still a quality at-bat from Piscata. The full count pitch once again. That one is going to miss low, and finally, Mark Carpenter is the one to blink first. He walks in a run, makes it a 6-2 ball game, as that will score Munoz from third, Zaka moving to third, Friedman to second, and now Piscata is on first with One away in the inning. And Jace Elzy to bat. The pitch comes inside, almost hits Elzy, gets to the backstop. The throw home is in time, and they got him. They got Zaka trying to score on the pass ball, and that will make it 2 outs in the inning. Still at the plate is Elzy with a bit of a different situation now, just runners at first and second, as Zaka is the second out in the inning. Friedman at second, Pesqueda at first, and it is a 1-0 count to Elzy. Carpenter delivering from the windup. The pitch is going to miss outside, and my mistake, it'll be runners at second and third, as Pesqueda moved up to second on the pass ball and Friedman moved to third. So my mistake. Still 2 runners in scoring position for Jace Elzy. The pitch is going to be in the dirt, blocked by Harper, so no one is moving. Count now 3-0 to Elzy. Carpenter in danger of losing 3 straight hitters. And as far as I can see, no one warming up in the Hornets bullpen. Elzy, the sophomore, steps back in. The 3-0 is in there for strike 1. 3-1 to Elzy, who is 0 for 1 today. He grounded out back in that first inning. Carpenter from the windup delivers the 3-1. It is looked at for strike 2. Elzy was about half a step down the first base line when that strike was called, and a look back to the third base coach Clay Reese saying, "What? I thought that one was a walk." And that pitch will be outside. Run comes in to score. It is Friedman, as Elzy is aboard with the walk. A 6-3 ball game now, as that is 3 straight walks for Mark Carpenter. Score on the wild pitch did Friedman. Again, 6-3 the score. Henley still leads, and Dane Kissel steps in. He popped out in the infield his first time through, a catch that was made by the pitcher, Mark Carpenter. Kissel is a freshman middle infielder for the Knights. Carpenter kicks and delivers. That pitch will miss for ball 1. After Kissel, it is Huff with runners at the corners. Pesqueda at third, Elzy at first. Elzy takes off for second. The throw there is not in time. Breaking for home off the throw is Pesqueda, and he'll score. North Valley now trailing just by 2. It is 6-4 here in the bottom of the second. Runner at second is Elzy, and Dane Kissel at the plate, a chance to make it a 1-run ball game. The count, a ball and a strike to Kissel. Carpenter checks the runner at second. The pitch comes inside, now 2-1 to Kissel. That freshman a chance to help out his team in a big way. The Knights have plated 3 in this inning, trying to keep pace with Henley. The 2-1 on its way to Kissel. That one misses outside, 3-1. And a big lead off of second from Elzy, a big secondary lead. He gets pretty dang far down that second base line. Carpenter comes set. Delivers the 3-1 back over a line drive right to Leo Ahold, and he gloves it to end the inning. 3 runs come across for the Knights on just 2 base hits. They do leave 1 stranded, and they trail the Henley Hornets 6-4 as we head to the top of inning number 3 on 104.3 and 960 Sports with HD video on mybasin.com.
Trying to lose some weight and get in shape? Harbor Isles Tennis and Fitness Club provides a clean and friendly workout environment with professional and experienced staff to help you achieve your goals. They offer state-of-the-art equipment, indoor tennis and pickleball courts, certified personal trainers, tons of group exercise classes. They're the best exercise facility in the Klamath Basin. Plus, they now have a smoothie bar to give you a nutritious boost after your workout. See and feel the difference at Harbor Isles Tennis and Fitness Club. It's the place to be.
We're back on 104.3 and 960 Sports, HD video on mybasin.com. We're in the top of the third inning, and the score 6-4. Henley leads. Due up this inning for the Hornets is going to be Owen Sheen, Mark Carpenter, and Leo Halt for the Hornets. The same three that started out last inning, as the Hornets batted 9 last time through. They plated 4 in the second inning, trying to get something cooking here in the third after they let North Valley back into the game. Just a 2-run contest in the third inning. The first pitch to Owen Sheen, not yet. And all right, there was just an issue with the scoreboard, it looked like. This game brought to you in part by the folks at John Bowers Construction. Looks like we're back into the ball game as Owen Sheen grounds out to third. Thought we were going to get something set up with the scoreboard. The out made at first as Owen Sheen grounds out and put it in the books 5-3. And that will bring up Mark Carpenter. Carpenter is 1 for 1 today. Looking to help out his own cause here as a starting pitcher. He's got no runners on and 1 out. The pitch to Carpenter is going to miss high and in, 1-0. Carpenter, a .375 hitter this season. Although not a huge sample size, only 26 at-bats this year. The pitch is going to be lined back into center field for a base hit for Carpenter. And that gives him a 2-for-2 day thus far. Finds himself at first with just 1 out. And a Halt steps in. 1 for 1 today with an RBI. He singled in that second inning. And see if he can get anything done here. Leo is a junior in his second year at the varsity level for the Hornets. The first pitch to him is smacked into left field. That'll get down for a base hit. Carpenter going to stay put at second. And now 2 runners on, just 1 out for the top of the Hornets order. Blaine Boersma stepping in now as a couple more base hits for the Hornets. Give them 9 so far on the game. And Blaine Boersma stepping in. He is 0 for 2 today, just a pair of flyouts. He's run into a couple pitches, quite frankly. A good fly ball to right field, just couldn't quite get down. And then a line drive to shortstop has been his 2 outs thus far. We'll see if he can get something cooking. He takes a hack at the first pitch he saw and fouls it back. Count 0-1 to Boersma. He's a .326 hitter this year. It seems like Boersma, in the times that I've seen him, goes from really great games to 0 for days. He will go 4 for 4 in one game, and he'll go 0 for 4 in the next. A very streaky hitter, sure trying to find some consistency down the stretch. The 1-0 pitch to Boersma, actually Cartwright is going to step off and check his runner at second, which is Mark Carpenter, who's got a pretty sizable lead off that second base bag. The pitch to Boersma, a ground ball towards third. Pesqueda bobbles it and can't make a play. Bases loaded for the Hornets and just 1 out for Aiden Hayes. That'll go in the books as an E5. First error of the day committed for North Valley. And that will load the bases again for Aiden Hayes as Carpenter's on third. A Halt's at second, and Boersma aboard at first. The corners for the North Valley infield coming in, middle infield playing for the double play. The outfield for the Knights shaded just a little bit towards the left as the first pitch into Hayes is low in the dirt, blocked by Farmer, didn't get away from him. Count 1-0 to Aiden Hayes. Thus far on the season, Aiden has 8 RBI. Trying to add a couple more to that total, as I think there was some kind of issue with Carpenter, the base runner at third, and that seems to have been sorted out. So we're right back into it. The 1-0 on the way to Hayes will be fouled back. Count now 1-1 to the freshman Aiden Hayes. Aiden, a sophomore. Older brother, Eli Hayes, track and field athlete for the Hornets. A ground ball over to short. Kissel is up with it, throws on to second in time. A run comes in to score as Carpenter touches the dish. Henley leads now 7-4. A fielder's choice on the play puts runners at first and third with 2 away. At first, it is Hayes. At third, it is a halt, as Boersma was out trying to advance, and that brings up Dylan Tobias. Tobias 2 for 2 on the day, has singled twice and come around to score twice in this ball game. His team leads 7-4. A foul ball back to the backstop makes the count 0-1. Tobias, a .380 hitter on the season. He's got 7 RBI. Watches that one miss low. A ball and a strike now to Tobias. And good work by Owen Farmer behind the dish, again, to keep that one in front of him. Can always respect the work of a good catcher, trying to block the pitches instead of catching them, which, again, is one of those things I say is a rare trait in high school catchers sometimes. The 1-1 pitch home to Tobias. A breaking ball will miss outside. 2-1 to Tobias. Dylan getting the start of the designated hitter today. Curious to see if maybe we see him catching or get some defensive work in today. The 2-1 is low. Taken off for second is Aiden Hayes, and he is in there with no throw. So now it is runners at second and third. At third, it is a halt. At second, it's Hayes. And a 2-1 count to Dylan Tobias. The pitch is in there for strike 2. A pitch low in the zone that Tobias let go by him. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Cooper Cartwright trying to work himself out of this inning, and it would be a big one. The pitch is lofted foul. We'll do it again. 2-2. Outfield and North Valley defense basically playing straight up with 2 outs in the inning. The 2-2 pitch is lifted just behind the second base bag, and Dane Kissel calls everyone off and squeezes that one for out number 3. 1 run for the Hornets on just 2 base hits. They leave 2 stranded. They lead 7-4 on 104.960 Sports with HD video on mybasin.com.
Hi there, it's Les Schwab Tires, reminding you that changing seasons can mean changing road conditions. Introducing the brand new Backcountry AT2 for a quieter ride with improved performance in wet conditions. Because when it comes to keeping your family safe, the right tires help you feel prepared for anything. Seriously, anything. Now save up to $130 when you buy Quadtrac tires with financing. Les Schwab Tires, doing the right thing since 1952.
We're back on 104.3 and 960 Sports, HD video on mybasin.com. Getting ready for the bottom of the third inning from Grants Pass as the Henley Hornets visiting the North Valley Knights today. It'll be Brady Huff, Cooper Cartwright, and Owen Farmer, the 4, 5, 6 hitters due up in the North Valley order here in the bottom of the third. The Knights scored 3 their last time up. They still trail by 3. The score 7-4. And it looks like there might be an equipment issue of some kind. Not totally certain what the issue is. Hey, if you want to stay in shape and also be involved in a sport you love, you might be able to earn some money on the side doing it. You should become an athletic official. There's a shortage of officials all across the state of Oregon, not just in Klamath Falls, but here in Grants Pass and, well, everywhere, quite frankly. We need you now more than ever. You can visit osaa.org/officials to get started on your officiating journey. That's osaa.org/officials to get more information and get registered. We are ready for baseball here from Grants Pass. The first pitch to Brady Huff is a ground ball to third. Blaine Boersma up with it, fires onto first in time for the first out. Now we'll bring up Cooper Cartwright. Carpenter found himself in a little bit of trouble last inning. The pitcher for the Hornets walked 3 straight batters, and 2 of those came in to score. Looking to find some command this inning. The first pitch to Cooper Cartwright will miss low. A ball and no strikes. Cartwright, the starting pitcher for North Valley, is 0 for 1 today. He flew out to right field his last time through. Fouls back the 1-0 pitch, evens the count at 1 with 1 out in the inning. Again, this is game 1 of a doubleheader today from the All Sports Park in Grants Pass, and game 2 of a 3-game season series between the Hornets and the Knights. A foul ball that was dribbled right in front of home plate, but I think touched home plate, which makes it a foul ball. Count now 1-2 to Cartwright. Of course, by that logic of deduction, game 3, the final game of the season series, will be played right around 2 o'clock. Here at Grants Pass. The pitch is a curve ball and got Cartwright way out in front of that one for the strikeout. That's the first strikeout of the day for Carpenter, and that gives the Hornets 2 outs in this inning. In steps Owen Farmer, 0 for 1 today. He flew out to second base his first time through. Tyler Harper, the Henley catcher, going out there and talking to Mark Carpenter. Tyler Harper walked back to home plate, and Carpenter threw his arms out to his side. I'm not quite sure what that was about. I hope they're on the same page out there. Wouldn't imagine that Harper would leave him out there if they weren't. The first pitch to Owen Farmer, a good hard fastball, finds the zone. Strike 1. That one was right down Main Street. So they look to maybe be getting on the same page even more than they were before. The 0-1 pitch is lined back towards short. Ranging over is Schweink, up with it, fires to first in time for the out. And 1-2-3 go the Knights. They trail the Hornets 7-4 as we head to the top of inning number 4 on 104.360 Sports with mybasin.com.
The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 120,000 participants here in Oregon who take part in high school sports or activities.
Welcome you back on 104.3 and 960 Sports with HD video on mybasin.com. Getting ready for the top of the fourth inning between the Hornets and the Knights today through 3. Henley leads 7-4. The Hornets 7 runs on 9 hits. No errors for Henley. They have left 5 runners on base. For North Valley today, 4 runs on 3 hits, 1 error, and they have left 2 runners on base to this point in the ball game. Appreciate you being with us on mybasin.com. Games 2 and 3 of the season series between the Knights and the Hornets today. Of course, we will be carrying Game 2 of this doubleheader today also on mybasin.com on the radio, 104.3 and 960 Sports. Getting you all the coverage today from the All Sports Park in Grants Pass. We're ready for baseball in the fourth inning as Matt Douglas watches ball 1 miss in the zone low. Douglas, Schweink, Harper due up this inning for the Hornets. That's 4, 5, 6 in the Henley order. The 1-0 to Douglas is on the way. It is lifted to third base. Piscata under it puts that one away for out number 1. And that will bring up Hunter Schweink. Schweink so far today has been probably the most impactful player for the Hornets in the first inning. Hunter slapped one into right center field for a triple and an RBI and singled home 2 more runs in the second. He's 2 for 2 today. The first pitch to Hunter, a high fly ball into right center field again. That one's going to get down. Hunter rounding first, headed for second. The throw in is wide and will roll into the infield, but Hunter going to stay put at second base. A double for Hunter Schweink with 1 out in the inning brings up Tyler Harper with a runner in scoring position. And for Hunter Schweink, double number 5 on the season, and his 19th hit overall on the year. He's having a fine season, batting just over .340 as Tyler Harper gets ready to step in. 0 for 2 today for Tyler, a ground out and a fly out thus far. As Cartwright comes set with the pitch, that one hit into center field. Taking a couple steps to his left is Huff. He gets under that one. Schweink thought about tagging, but then decides better of it. 2 away now in the fourth, and that brings up Owen Sheen. Sheen today walked in the second, grounded out in the third, so he is 0 for 1 today. The left-handed hitting Sheen is not been fantastic with runners in scoring position this year. Only 3 RBI for him on the season. Again, he's under that Mendoza line of batting .200. He's a .192 hitter. The pitch is going to miss outside. 1-0 to Owen. That one is going to be fouled back. Owen Sheen, he's a good defensive asset to this team. And even though he's been struggling at the plate so far this year as a junior, Sheen in his second year at the varsity level for the Hornets, played that COVID-shortened year last year. The 1-1 is going to be swung on and missed from Owen. The 2-0 is swung on and missed. Make it 2-1 now to Owen Sheen. Last year, the Hornets finished 9-6 in their 15 games. They missed the showcase playoffs that were not sanctioned by the OSAA, just put together by the athletic directors in the schools. A big swing and a miss for Owen Sheen to retire the side. No runs for the Hornets on just 1 base hit. We head to the bottom of the fourth inning with Henley leading North Valley 7-4 on 104.3 and 960 Sports and HD video, mybasin.com.
So lonely, I just sigh and moan. Seems like I've been away forever.
This is where unconditional love and immeasurable happiness reside. This is home. Coltwell Banker.
And we're back on 104.3 and 960 Sports, HD video on mybasin.com. In the bottom of the fourth inning, Henley leads North Valley 7-4. Due up this half for the Knights. Joseph Munoz, Asher Zaka, and Leo Friedman. That is 7, 8, and 9 in the night order due up in this bottom of the fourth inning. First pitch from Mark Carpenter is slapped into left field. That one's going to get down foul. That was a shot, one hop to the fence in foul territory as Munoz really ran into that one. But will go in the books as just a very loud strike one. The 0-1 on the way from Carpenter. That one is looked at for ball one. Missed low and in. A ball and a strike to Munoz, who is 1 for 1 on the day. He singled, came around to score in the second. Carpenter ready to deliver the 1-1. It is hacked at and fouled. Breaking pitch got Munoz out in front. Looked like he was really reaching for that one. Could have been a hockey stick to get to that one. Munoz behind in the count, a ball and 2 strikes. Carpenter from the windup, the breaking pitch again, this time fouled back. Munoz timed that one a lot better, but just under it, fouled it straight back. Still 1-2. The pitch from Carpenter is going to be fouled back again. I think fouled maybe off the back of the foot of Munoz, takes a couple of steps around and settles back into the batter's box. Yeah, I talked about that COVID-shortened year last season was an awkward one for everyone involved because you didn't play a full season, as that one was a called strike 3 on the inside part of the plate. That one was a borderline call, and Munoz goes down looking on strikes for the first down in the inning. That brings up Asher Zaka. But Henley last year finishing 9-6 in that COVID-shortened season, again, where you basically only got to have those league games. And North Valley was winless last year, 0-15. And this year, already off to a better start. Their games have been closer as well. The 0-1 is, the first pitch to Zaka is going to come behind him and hit him. Zaka aboard at first after the hit by pitch. And that will bring up Leo Friedman with 1 out in the inning and a runner on first. North Valley actually dropping out of the 4A classification next year. They're going to become a 3A school, and that's, if you're wondering, it's not due to the fact that they've been losing. It's just the losing has been kind of a byproduct of the real problem at North Valley, which is participation numbers and the population at schools, which dictates what classification you play at. Carpenter tried to pick off Zaka at first. The ball goes down the line into the bullpen. Zaka heads for second. He's got time to go to third, but he stays put at second. And maybe a missed opportunity by Zaka there. Had all the time in the world to go to third, and I think Coach Reese down the third base line was trying to get him to go to third. Maybe he didn't hear him or something. Regardless, Zaka stands at second. Still only 1 out for Friedman. So still a fine position for him to maybe knock one home here. His team trails Henley 7-4. Carpenter comes set, and a swing and a miss by Friedman. They count now 0-1. And so North Valley, yes, dropping a classification just due to their school population numbers. So a 5-team Skyline Conference next year as the 0-1 misses down and in. A ball and a strike. They're going to join the 3A conference that has South Umpqua, St. Mary's, Cascade Christian, just to name a few. The 1-1 pitch swung on and missed for strike 2. A nice changeup on the outside part of the plate delivered by Carpenter. He's got 2 strikeouts today and looking for number 3 here against Friedman. It's 1-2. Friedman walked earlier today in his only plate appearance. The 1-2 comes inside and will miss. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Runner at second is Zaka. He advanced on the error earlier this inning. The 2-2 home from Carpenter comes in and, just misses high. Count runs full, 3-2. On deck, Anthony Piscata. Back to the top of the order for North Valley after this. The full count pitch is hit into shallow left field. Will get down for a base hit. Zaka will stop at third, and Friedman aboard at first to put runners at the corners now with just one away for the top of the North Valley order. Anthony Piscata up now. Piscata singled in the first, walked in the second. And you remember that at-bat in the second inning. Must have been an 8 or 9 pitch at-bat. Don't keep track of those numbers for pitches per at-bat. But Piscata and and Mark Carpenter really battled in that second inning. Those are the kind of at-bats that I love, just the marathons that go on and on. The pitch is just inside, a ball and no strikes. I should say I like those battles when they go back and forth. Long at-bats, yes, definitely, they can drag for sure. But when they go back and forth with the batter, it can be fun. The 1-0 pitch, miss outside, 2-0. There is a base open with one out. It would load him up for Jace Elzy. I'm sure Carpenter is not even considering that at this point. Behind in the count, 2-0. Delivers. Missed outside, even though Tyler Harper tried to frame that one up. Nice for the home plate umpire. No dice. 3-0. To Anthony Piscata. Carpenter comes set. Piscata eyes him down. The pitch is going to find the zone. Strike one. A good hard fastball from Carpenter just to try to reestablish his plate. Piscata gets the sign from second-year head coach Clay Reese. The pitch is a check swing. Was hit foul down the first base line. Douglas caught it. Taking off from first was Friedman, and they got him on the back end at first base to end the inning. The 3 unassisted double play. Don't see that one too often as the Hornets head now to the top of the 5th inning, leading 7-4 over North Valley. We'll be back on the MyBasin.com Game of the Week on 104 and 960 Sports with HD video on MyBasin.com.
Sports was kind of what defined me as a person. I loved to play every sport I could possibly play. The Abbeys was really the family stomping ground for all of our community. Saturday afternoon soccer tournaments, we'd head over to Abbeys afterwards. And then when we got up into middle school, on our way home, we'd stop at Abbeys after basketball games. When I go home, I want to see 2 things when I drive through Winston. I want to see my Abbeys and I want to see my high school. And those are the 2 memories that stick out the most to me.
We welcome you back on 104.3 and 960 Sports, HD video on MyBasin.com. Top of the 5th inning, Mark Carpenter, Leo Ahalt, and Blaine Boersma due up. That's 8, 9, and 1 in the Henley order. Mark Carpenter gets ready to step in. He's 2 for 2 today with a pair of singles. He's come around to score twice as his team leads 7-4. Goes to lay down a bunt and does. A slow roller out to Cartwright. Throw on to first is a high throw, and they got him. Bang, bang play, and Carpenter is out to get things going in the top of the 5th. In steps Leo Ahalt. He's also 2 for 2 today. The bottom of the Hornets order has put in some good work. He's a .388 hitter. The first pitch from Cartwright will come in and hit. Ahalt didn't even really try to get out of the way of that one. That's called taking it for the team as he heads down to first base. The cries from the dugout, "We got ice." You know they do. Oh, man, as Blaine Boersma comes into bat. Boersma is 0 for 3 today. He did reach on an error in the third, but was out on a fielder's choice trying to get to second. Other than that, he's flown out twice today. First pitch to Boersma. Lifted, shallow center field. Kissel and Elzy converging, and it'll be Kissel to make the catch behind second base for the second out in the inning. And in steps Aiden Hayes. Hayes is 1 for 3 today. Singled in the first, flew out in the second, and reached on a fielder's choice in the third. Right-handed hitting Hayes. Shows bunt, pulls back in time. The pitch missed outside. 1-0. And Aiden Hayes checking his little card there because this Henley team likes to use the number signs instead of the traditional signs that you might see base coaches give otherwise. The pitch was a high fastball that Aiden Hayes tugged down the left field line. That was a deep ball, but foul. It'll be a ball and a strike to Aiden. Cartwright hasn't mixed up his pitches too much. I've seen him break off a couple of curveballs, a couple of changeups, but is relying heavily on that fastball through the first 4 2/3 innings. The pitch on its way from Cartwright. A big bender. The throw down to second to try to get a halt stealing, and the throw is... Well, the throw is in time, but it gets underneath the glove of Elzy covering, so a halt is safe at second with 2 outs. That pitch, I believe, missed 2-1. Hayes bats one out to shortstop. Kissel is up with it. The throw on, and no, not in time as Aiden Hayes beats out the play. A halt, breaks for home, slides underneath the tag. And now running from first to second is Hayes. He's in there safely. 8-4, Henley leads. And an RBI on the play by Aiden Hayes. Advancing to second from the throw home. An RBI for him as a halt scores from second on the ground ball as Kissel took his time at short coming up with that one. And a run comes in to score. Henley leads 8-4 in the top of the 5th inning. The runner on second is Aiden Hayes, and Dylan Tobias steps in. Tobias 2 for 3 today, starting as the designated hitter. He was the starting pitcher earlier this week on Wednesday. Still trying to get him some at-bats, though. He's unavailable to pitch this afternoon, and he runs into that one, sends that into left center field. That'll get down. Aiden Hayes is going to come around to score. Tobias rounds second and stays there. Looked like he was thinking about third. Took a couple of stutter steps, but decides to stay put at second base. An RBI double for Dylan Tobias puts the Hornets up 9-4 in the top of the 5th inning. Hayes came around to score. That brings up Matt Douglas. Douglas, a sacrifice fly in the first. He also singled home 2 more in the, he was hit by a pitch in the second inning and flew out in the 4th. So no base hits yet today for Douglas, but he has helped the team's cause here with 2 outs. The first pitch to Douglas, a bouncing ball to third, can't be fielded by the head coach, Adam Randall, as it goes foul. Lets that one bounce off his chest, but hey, he did fire a bullet back to the pitcher, Cartwright. Trying to show off the cannon a little bit is Henley head coach Adam Randall, entering his 4th season. The last day of April, these 2 teams, I heard Coach Randall say before the game, hey fellas, this is the last day of April. Stuff starts to get serious as you look towards the final day of the regular season, which is May 14th, just a couple of weeks away, and then the playoffs beginning on May 25th, and then of course the state championship game coming up on June 4th. At Kaiser Volcano Stadium. The pitch to Douglas, a big swing and a miss. Count now 0-2 to Douglas with 2 outs in the inning. 1 runner at second is Dylan Tobias. The Hornets lead 9-4 in the top of the 5th inning. Already 2 across in this inning. Cooper Cartwright delivers the 0-2. It's a ground ball out towards short. Kissel charging up with it. The throw on to first in time, and that will end the inning. The Hornets score 2 on 2 base hits. They leave 1 stranded. They lead 9-4 over the North Valley Knights. To the bottom of the 5th we go on 104.3 and 960 Sports with HD video on mybasin.com.
At Bowers Construction, our mission statement is to enrich the lives of our customers and of our team. So we're trying to be the best construction company that we can be by bringing value to other people's lives. So the work we provide is basically from foundation to roof in residential, and we work in commercial construction. Find our Bowers Construction Facebook page or just give us a call. It's 541-205-1464. We are a licensed contractor at CCB 188923.
We're back on 104.3 and 960 Sports, HD video on mybasin.com. In the bottom of the 5th inning of the Skyline Conference game between the Henley Hornets and the North Valley Knights, Henley leads 9-4. Again, bottom of the 5th inning, the home team North Valley Knights getting ready to bat here. It'll be Jace Elzy, Dane Kissel, and Brady Huff. That is 2, 3, 4 in the night order due up this inning. Hornets scored 2 in the top half, and the Knights look to answer. So far, they've hung with the Hornets in every inning that the Hornets have scored a run except for the 3rd. The Knights have come back and scored as well. Now their chance to answer in the 5th. It's Jace Elzy who steps in. He is 0 for 1 today. Watches the first pitch miss outside. Looked to be a slider. A ball and no strikes from Mark Carpenter. The freshman into his 5th inning at work so far has struck out only 2 batters. The pitch is swung on and missed. Elzy has an even count now, ball and a strike. In 3 innings pitched against Klamath Union last week, 5 strikeouts for Carpenter. The 1-1 bouncing out to second. A halt is up with it. Throw on to Douglas at first in time for the first out. And that will bring up Dane Kissel. Kissel 0 for 2 today. The freshman has flown out to Carpenter, the pitcher, and also popped out to Leo Ahalt at second. Looking to get in the books here. The freshman Dane Kissel steps in the right-handed batter's box. Kind of a relaxed batting stance as Carpenter delivers. Pitch is hit on the ground towards third. Boersma up with it on to first in time. Routine ground ball. A good play by Boersma nonetheless for out number 2. Brings up Cooper Cartwright. Cartwright today doubled back in the first and grounded out in the third. 1 for 2 today. He did have an RBI in the first inning. Got some kids running around in the grandstand. Always nice to see the kids out at the ballpark here in Grants Pass in their Dutch Bros t-shirts. It's a good scene at the All Sports Park. If you've never been out here, the 1-0 pitch on its way to Brady Huff. Lifted into center field. Owen Sheen having to go back. That's going to get down for a base hit and then some. Huff rounds first, heads for second, and he will get up there standing in a 2-out double for Brady Huff and the North Valley Knights. That'll bring up Cooper Cartwright. We're getting some sunshine as well. The kind of overcast skies giving way, especially down on the ball field. It's kind of created a circle of clouds around the All Sports Park, but right overhead, it looks to be some pretty blue skies. Started today at 50 degrees. It's now climbed about 53, so it hasn't warmed up too much. It's a beautiful day for baseball. Cooper Cartwright steps in and takes a hack at the first pitch he sees, pops it out behind second base. Leo Ahold calls everyone off and makes the catch to retire the side. One base hit for the Knights in the inning. No runs. They still trail 9-4 as we head to the top of the sixth inning on 104.3 and 60 Sports with HD video on mybasin.com.
Trying to lose some weight and get in shape? Harbor Isles Tennis and Fitness Club provides a clean and friendly workout environment with professional and experienced staff to help you achieve your goals. They offer state-of-the-art equipment, indoor tennis and pickleball courts, certified personal trainers, tons of group exercise classes. They're the best exercise facility in the Klamath Basin. Plus, they now have a smoothie bar to give you a nutritious boost after your workout. See and feel the difference at Harbor Isles Tennis and Fitness Club. It's the place to be.
We're back on 104.3 and 960 Sports, HD video on mybasin.com. Getting ready for the top of the sixth inning. Henley over the North Valley Knights thus far, 9-4 for the Henley Hornets today. 9 runs on 12 hits, 1 error, and they have left 7 runners on base for North Valley today so far. 4 runs on 3 hits. 4 runs on 4 hits. They have 1 error and have left 5 runners on base. Getting ready for the top of the sixth inning as Hunter Schweink steps in, sends a line drive down the left field line in for a base hit. Hunter rounds first and will stay at first. Just a leadoff single for the shortstop, Hunter Schweink. Puts him at 4 for 4 on the day as well. He's having himself an afternoon. Gets Henley in business in the top of the sixth inning. Tyler Harper comes in 0 for 3 today, a pair of flyouts and a ground out. Tyler, the catcher, chokes up on the bat just a little bit, shows bunt, lays one down right in front of the mound. Cartwright is up to it. He's going to toss on to first in time. Meantime, though, Schweink advances to second, and there is 1 away in the top of inning number 6. That will bring up Owen Sheen. Sheen 0 for 2 today and a walk. He is grounded out and struck out back in the 4th inning. The left-handed hitting Owen Sheen was an all-conference basketball player and was a wide receiver for the Henley football team, which made it to the second round of the state playoffs. Of course, last time there was a state playoffs for baseball, Henley was in the state championship game. They lost that one to Banks. And Banks would go on, obviously win that championship game, secure a very rare prize in the state of Oregon. They won the Triple Crown in 2019 and 2020. First pitch to Owen Sheen comes inside, misses a ball and no strikes. These North Valley Knights familiar with the Triple Crown. They won the football state championship, the basketball state championship, and the baseball state championship. The 1-0 on its way to Sheen, a ground ball towards first, snagged by Munoz. He's up with it, taps on the bag for the second out. Meantime, Hunter Schweink will advance to third. As I mentioned, Banks won the Triple Crown in 2019-20. These North Valley Knights did the very same thing in the 1984-85 seasons, where they won football, basketball, and baseball state championships. Only one other team has done it besides Banks in North Valley, as the first pitch to Mark Carpenter. A curveball misses outside, 1-0. And that would be Medford High School in 1959 and 1960 won the Triple Crown as well. Another big bender to Carpenter. That one finds the zone. A ball and a strike to the freshman Carpenter. He bats with a runner on third. It's Hunter Schweink, and 2 outs in the top of the 6th inning. Pitch to Carpenter. That one misses wide, 2-1. That was 1985, North Valley's only baseball state championship. The 2-1. Carpenter lines that one into left field, and ranging over is Friedman. Puts that one away for out number 3. One base hit in the inning for the Hornets, but no runs come across. We head to the bottom of the inning number 6 with Henley leading 9-4 on the MyBasin.com Game of the Week on 104.3 and 960 HD video on MyBasin.com.
Hi there, it's Les Schwab Tires, reminding you that changing seasons can mean changing road conditions. Introducing the brand new Backcountry AT2 for a quieter ride with improved performance in wet conditions. Because when it comes to keeping your family safe, the right tires help you feel prepared for anything. Seriously, anything. Now save up to $130 when you buy Quad-Track tires with financing. Les Schwab Tires, doing the right thing since 1952.
We're back on 104.3, 960 Sports, HD video on MyBasin.com. In the bottom of the 6th inning, Henley leading North Valley thus far 9-4. Mark Carpenter still on the bump for Henley so far today as he enters his 6th inning of work. Obviously, that puts him at 5 innings pitched. 4 runs have come across on him. All 4 of them are earned. He has struck out 2. He has walked 3 and hit 2 batters today. He's given up 4 base hits in this effort. He's pitched a fine game for the freshman today. Is due up this inning for North Valley. 6, 7, and 8 in the order. That's Owen Farmer, Joseph Munoz, and Asher Zaka. First pitch by Farmer is hit into relatively deep center field, but Owen Sheen just takes a few steps back and puts that one away for the first out. Joseph Munoz stepping in now. He is 1 for 2 today. A single came around to score in the 2nd and struck out in the 4th. Now getting his 3rd crack at the freshman Carpenter. First pitch, swing and a miss for Munoz. 0-1 to him. Another pitch on the way from Carpenter. That is a big curveball. Started out of the strike zone and broke right back in. You call that one the front door breaking ball. 0-2. Started inside and broke back over the plate. The pitch now to Munoz is a ground ball toward short. Schweink is charging up with it. Fires to first in time for the 2nd out. That will bring up Asher Zaka. He singled in the 2nd and was hit by a pitch in the 4th. He bats now with 2 away in the bottom of the 6th inning, a game in which Henley leads North Valley 9-4. The first pitch to Zaka is swung on and missed. Strike 1. Wind blowing in just a little bit from center field. The 0-1 is swung on and missed as well from Zaka. Now Carpenter ahead in the count, 0-2. So with that wind blowing in, the Henley outfield taking just a couple of more steps in. The 0-2 on the way to Zaka, swung on, fouled back. That'll be kind of close to the Henley dugout, so we'll do it again. 0-2 to Asher Zaka. Leo Friedman on deck if he gets a chance this inning. The 0-2 on its way from Carpenter comes inside. Tyler Harper did a great job of framing that one up, but will just be a ball. 1-2. First time that Carpenter's broke out the fastball this at-bat. See what he picks here on the 1-2 pitch. He hits him with a slider, swing, and a miss. Down goes Zaka with strike 3, and that will retire the side. Headed now to the top of innings number 7 as the Henley Hornets lead the North Valley Knights 9-4 on 104.3 and 960 with HD video on MyBasin.com.
On Top Tree Services have one of the highest buckets in town. No job too small, no tree too tall. Operating since 2017, this crew's ready for your land clearing, tree removal, tree trimming, stump grinding, and fire prevention. On Top Tree Services offers same-day estimates. I can't mention this enough. If a tree falls on your house or vehicle, they offer a 24/7 emergency tree or limb removal. Give them a call today at 541-882-8707. On Top Tree Services, fast, easy, and reliable. CCB 216014.
And welcome you back. 104.3 960 Sports HD Video by Basin.com. In the top of the seventh inning, the Henley Hornets lead the North Valley Knights 9-4. Here now in the top of the seventh, Leo Ahult, Blaine Boersma, and Aiden Hayes. That's 9-1-2 in the Hornets' order, due up as they try to separate themselves just a bit more before trying to close the door on North Valley in the bottom half of this inning. So far, between these three batters at 9-1-2, as the first pitch to Ahult is going to be a curveball that misses outside, 1-0. A line drive to shortstop past the glove of Kissel, gets down for a base hit for Leo Ahult, as this part of the lineup has done some big things for Henley today. They are now, after that base hit, they are 5 for 12 between these three guys, Leo Ahult, Blaine Boersma, and Aiden Hayes. Now, Blaine has been the one struggling. He is over 4 today, but has still put the ball in play. He's gotten on base with an error, as that will be fouled back. On to second was Leo Ahult. He extended that play, so he is standing out there at second, an RBI opportunity for Blaine Boersma. He's behind in the count, 0-1. Swings at the curveball, a ground ball over towards third. Pesqueda up with it. The throw is low, bounces to the glove of Munoz, so Boersma is safe. Ahult advances to third. Boersma will beat out the infield single, giving him his first base hit of the day. Now runners at the corners for Aiden Hayes. Hayes, a couple of singles so far today, also reached on a fielder's choice and flew out in the second. Today for Aiden, or on the season, I should say, 8 RBI for him. The pitch is going to be fouled back. Strike one to Aiden. On deck, Dylan Tobias. Prime opportunity again for Henley to try to separate themselves a little bit from North Valley heading into the bottom half of the seventh inning. Taken off from first is Boersma. Aiden Hayes sends that one into shallow center field. That's going to get down for a base hit, as Ahult scores, making the score 10-4. Kind of a hit and run as Boersma will stay put at second. A single for Aiden Hayes and an RBI as well gives his team a 10-4 lead. In steps Dylan Tobias. 3 for 4 today for Dylan, a pair of singles in the first 2 innings. In the third, he flew out and doubled home a run in the fifth. The pitch to Tobias, a breaking ball. He's going to find the outside part of the plate, 0-1. Trying to pitch the 380 hitting Dylan Tobias just away from the plate a little bit. He has run into a couple today. He's also come around to score twice this afternoon. The 1-0 is going to be in there for a strike. 1-1 to Tobias. Again, runner on second is Boersma. At first, it is Hayes. 1 run already home in the inning. Another curveball, but Tobias sat on that one, smacks it into right field, and that's over the head of Zaka. Rounding third and heading home is Boersma. Aiden Hayes follows him. Now headed for third is Tobias. The throw is not going to be made as Kissel bobbled the transfer. That was Elsie who bobbled the transfer at second. And so a bases clearing triple for Dylan Tobias gives the Hornets a 12-4 lead. That will bring up Matt Douglas, and it looks like head coach Valenzuela Reese is going to come out and have a conversation with Cooper Cartwright. An opportunity to remind you that this game is brought to you in part by Harbor Isles Tennis and Golf Club. Harbor Isles Tennis and Fitness have the most understanding personal trainers you can ask for. They help you get motivated, and their workouts will make you feel accomplished all day. Speaking of feeling accomplished, all May long, you can get half off your first month. This going on now at Harbor Isles Tennis and Golf Club. You want to feel motivated? You want to feel accomplished? You want to feel good? Go claim that half off your first month offer at Harbor Isles Tennis and Golf Club. Looks like the conference on the mound is completed. Cooper Cartwright still out there looking to try to finish out this inning. Still nobody out. 3 runs home this inning and 1 more out there at third. It's Dylan Tobias. He's responsible for 2 of them as Matt Douglas steps into that right-handed batter's box. Douglas today has an RBI on a sacrifice fly, has otherwise been quiet this afternoon. A fastball comes in and hits him in the back, right between the shoulder blades. And he will head to first there. And that will bring up Hunter Schweink. Schweink is 4 for 4 today. He has got 3 RBI. He has been the Hornets' offensive most valuable player this afternoon, and there's no doubt about that. He tripled in the first, singled in the second, doubled in the fourth, and then singled again in the sixth. A home run away from the cycle, but that is oftentimes the hardest one to get. Breaking ball finds the top half of the zone for strike 1 to Hunter Schweink. Steps back in. Hunter kind of leans over the plate a little bit in his batting stance. The pitch is low in the dirt. Farmer doing a nice job of sticking in front of that one. A ball and a strike now to Hunter. On deck, Tyler Harper. If he gets a chance here, the Hornets have scored 3 this inning. The 1-1 on its way to Schweink. Another breaking ball. This one broke out of the zone. A good eye there by Hunter to let that one go. Another thing you'll notice about Hunter, his jersey tends to come untucked. Every baseball team seems to have one of those guys with the untucked jersey halfway through the game. As Schweink takes a look at that one on the outside part of the plate for strike 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 on, nobody out in the top half of the 7th inning. Schweink runs into that one, a line drive into center field. That'll get down for a base hit. Tobias is going to score, making it a 13-4 ball game, and another RBI for Hunter Schweink. That is 4 for him on the afternoon, and that will definitely be it for Cooper Cartwright as head coach Clay Valenzuela Reese comes out of the dugout for the second time this inning. We're making a pitching change, and we'll report you the changes after this on mybasin.com. 104.3 960 Sports. Henley leads 13-4. We'll be back.
What wrong with great?
Participate.
Where does greatness start? Here, in the classroom. On the stage.
In the pool. On the field. Where will your greatness take you?
To better grades.
To more friends.
Yeah!
Be great.
Participate!
Welcome back, 104.3 960 Sports. HD video on mybasin.com. We're in the top of the 7th inning, and North Valley has made a pitching change. Cooper Cartwright comes out, and Brady Huff checks in, coming in from center field, and we'll get you the defensive changes in just a second. It looks like there's only 2. Oh, pardon me. There are all 3 outfielders out there for you. So we'll get the defensive changes for you in just a second as Cooper Cartwright exits the game after having pitched 6 innings. So far, 13 runs have come across on him, 12 of them earned. He's given up 15 base hits, 1 walk and 1 strikeout. Now, he is responsible for the 2 guys that are out there right now, that being Hunter Schweink and Matt Douglas. And Tyler Harper will be Huff's first task coming out of the bullpen as he wraps up his warm-up pitches. I've seen him mixed in the curveball a little bit, the fastball. Couldn't quite tell on the changeup either way, but Tyler Harper stepping in now. Inherits a situation, Brady Huff does, of runners at first and second, and nobody out. At first, it's Hunter Schweink. At second, it is Matt Douglas and Tyler Harper at the plate. 0 for 4 today. Couple of flyouts, couple of groundouts for Tyler thus far. First pitch from Huff finds the outside part of the zone. 0-1. A good hard fastball from Huff, who is a junior outfielder, right-handed thrower. As the pitch on the way from Huff is going to be hit out to short. As a matter of fact, it'll be Piscata who cuts off the play. He tosses on to second for the first out. So Schweink is out trying to advance. Douglas moves to third. Harper reaches first on the fielder's choice. And now there will be runners at the corners with 1 out in the inning for Owen Sheen. A good opportunity for Sheen to get off the schneid a little bit. He walked in the second, grounded out twice, and has struck out once today. The first pitch to left-handed hitting Sheen is lined right back into center field. That'll get down. And the center fielder had to turn around to grab that one. As 1 run comes in to score, that's Douglas. They're waving Schweink around to score, and he will score as well. 15-4. Henley is in command of this ball game. Bases clearing double for Owen Sheen, and that is exactly what he needed there. 2 RBI on the play, and that brings up Mark Carpenter. Moving now to go to third is Sheen, the steal, and he does it. He is in there safely. And the throw was a little bit wide as well. A good job by Piscata to not let that one get into left field. So Sheen now at third with 1 out in the inning for Mark Carpenter. Huff comes set with the pitch, delivers, and Carpenter watches that one on the outside. 1-1. Now the count to Carpenter, who bats .375 on the year. Today, a couple of singles, a ground out, and a fly out for him. Watches the fastball miss high. 2-1 to Carpenter. On deck is Leo Ahold, where we started this inning. The pitch to Carpenter. He fouls that one down the third base line and will actually be fielded by the on-deck batter, Leo Ahold, who I had just mentioned. Using the rosin bag a little bit is Huff. Trying to get control of this inning. Still 1 out. Runner on third is Sheen. The pitch is going to miss outside. Full count to Carpenter. Already 6 runs home this inning for the Hornets. They have busted this thing open in the top of the 7th. Carpenter, the pitcher, looking to sock it away. The full count pitch. He swings and grounds one down the third base line. That one is fielded by Piscata. The throw on to first is in time for the second out. And a good recovery by Piscata as he bobbled that one a little bit, but recovered in time to get the out. Leo Ahold steps in now. He singled, came around to score earlier this inning. He is 3 for 3 on the day, was also hit by a pitch in the 5th. Bats now with 2 outs and Sheen standing out on third. The first pitch to him, a fastball misses low and away. 1-0. The count to Leo Ahold. Couple of steps off third is Sheen. Huff checks him, kicks and delivers. Fastball misses high. Now 2-0. Game 3 of the season series and Game 2 of a doubleheader this afternoon being played after the conclusion of this ball game, probably starting around 2:15. A line drive out to second is grabbed by Jace Elzy. A nice play to end the inning. 6 runs come across for the Hornets. 6 base hits as well. They lead 15-4 as we head now to the bottom of the 7th on 104.3 and 960 Sports with HD video on myBasin.com.
Sports was kind of what defined me as a person. I loved to play every sport I could possibly play. The Abbeys was really the family stomping ground for all of our community. Saturday afternoon soccer tournaments, we'd head over to Abbeys afterwards. And then when we got up into middle school, on our way home, we'd stop at Abbeys after basketball games. When I go home, I want to see 2 things when I drive through Winston. I want to see my Abbeys and I want to see my high school. And those are the 2 memories that stick out the most to me.
We welcome you back to 104.3 960 Sports, HD video on mybasin.com. New pitcher for the Hornets says it'll be the left-handed throwing Owen Sheen coming in relief of Mark Carpenter today. Carpenter pitching 6 innings, giving up 4 runs, each of them earned 4 base hits in a quality start today. He did walk 4, and he struck out 3. You can close the book on the freshman Carpenter today as we now take a look at Owen Sheen, left-handed thrower, to try to close the door on North Valley today. A score 15-4 going to the bottom half of inning number 7, and Henley leads. It'll be Leo Friedman, Anthony Pescata, and Jace Elzy with a tall task in front of them. Their team trails by 11 going into the final frame of this ball game as the left-handed hitting Friedman steps in against Owen Sheen, left-handed pitcher. A lefty versus lefty matchup for the first time today, and it happens in the bottom of the 7th inning. Sheen kicks and fires in a hard fastball, strike 1. Ball definitely looks different coming from that left side. The southpaw Sheen can mix in the slider as well. The 0-1, a fastball which will miss low, a ball and a strike. Don't know how much Sheen will have to worry about throwing his breaking stuff too much here with his team up by 11. The 1-1 low in the dirt will get to the backstop, 2-1. Can probably just focus on trying to throw strikes and let his defense finish this game out. The pitch is going to miss outside, 3-1. As far as other defensive changes, Mark Carpenter moving to second, who was the starting pitcher. Leo Ahult moving to right field, and Peyton Price, who was the right fielder, now on the bench for the Hornets. The pitch, 3-1, misses outside. A walk issued to Leo Friedman, the first batter that Owen Sheen faces. Gets a free pass to first base. And in steps Anthony Pescata. Pescata today singled in the first, walked in the second, and hit a line drive to first in his 4th inning at-bat that turned into a double play. The first pitch to Pescata outside. Oh, in the zone. Strike 1, 0-1 to Pescata. He has seen a lot of pitches today. Long at-bats each time he's come to hit as well. The 0-1 on its way from the left-handed hitting Sheen. A big breaking ball will miss outside. 1-1. Owen Sheen gets a nice look at first base. Being a left-handed thrower, gets a little bit of an advantage. In some ways, you might consider it an advantage when you talk about picking off at first and pick-off moves and what's a balk and what's not. But Owen Sheen doesn't have to worry too much about his runner at first with his team up by 11. The count, a ball and 2 strikes to Pescata. Sheen delivers, swung on and missed. Down goes Pescata for the first out in the 7th inning. First strikeout of the day as well for Sheen. And that will bring up Jace Elzy, who is 0 for 2 today. Elzy has grounded out to second twice. He has also walked. That came in the 2nd inning. Sheen coming set, checking first. No one holding. The pitch is in there for strike 1. A nice hard fastball from Sheen. And Matt Douglas isn't even necessarily worrying about holding the runner Friedman at first, and still Friedman not getting too far off the bag. A huge breaking ball from Owen Sheen. That must have broke for about 50 feet, as that'll be strike 2 to Jace Eldy. The 0-2 on its way from Sheen. A fastball swung on and missed, and that'll be the second out. Knights now down to their final out of the day. Dane Kissel stepping in, a pair of flyouts and a ground out for the freshman Kissel thus far. He bats now with 2 down and a runner at first in Friedman. The pitch to Kissel. The slider from Sheen swung on and missed. Strike 1. Sheen is he's digging deep into that repertoire now, trying to set him down on strikes. He said, I don't have to worry about the defense if these guys don't make contact. The 0-1, another slider. That one starts out of the zone and breaks back in. Sheen with good command of that pitch. 0-2 to Dane Kissel. The Knights down now to their final strike of this game 1 of a doubleheader. The pitch from Sheen is looked at outside for ball 1. Stick around with us after the game. Of course, we'll have a post-game show and get you set up for game 2 of a doubleheader today. The 1-2 on the way to Kissel is another slider that misses outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Another delivery from Sheen. That one is looked at. Strike 3 called, and that is the ball game. The Henley Hornets taking this one on the road from North Valley 15-4. We'll recap this ball game for you coming up on 104.3 and 960 Sports, and we'll get you set up for game 2. That's all coming up next on the post-game show. Final today from the All Sports Park. Henley 15-4 over North Valley on 103 and 960 Sports with HD video on mybasin.com.
Hi there, it's Les Schwab Tires, reminding you that changing seasons can mean changing road conditions. Introducing the brand new Backcountry AT2 for a quieter ride with improved performance in wet conditions. Because when it comes to keeping your family safe, the right tires help you feel prepared for anything. Seriously, anything. Now save up to $130 when you buy Quadtrac tires with financing. Les Schwab Tires, doing the right thing since 1952.
At Bowers Construction, our mission statement is to enrich the lives of our customers and of our team. So we're trying to be the best construction company that we can be by bringing value to other people's lives. So the work we provide is basically from foundation to roof in residential, and we work in commercial construction. Find our Bowers Construction Facebook page, or just give us a call. It's 541-205-1464. We are a licensed contractor at CCB 188923.
Hi, I'm Rob Cedar, General Manager of Clown Falls Honda and Clown Falls Subaru. I've lived here my whole life. Most of our employees have lived here their whole life too. Our sales, service, parts, and body shop teams are all staffed with experienced local folks. You know them and they know you. Our dealerships are comfortable and not corporate. Comfortable means we're focused on you. I'm Rob, and I'm glad to know you.
Sports was kind of what defined me as a person. I loved to play every sport I could possibly play. The Abbeys was really the family stomping ground for all of our community. Saturday afternoon soccer tournaments, we'd head over to Abbeys afterwards. And then when we got up into middle school, on our way home, we'd stop at Abbeys after basketball games. When I go home, I want to see 2 things when I drive through Winston. I want to see my Abbeys, and I want to see my high school. And those are the 2 memories that stick out the most to me.
Welcome you back on 104.3 and 960 Sports with HD video on mybasin.com. Final score from the All Sports Park in Grants Pass this afternoon. Henley over North Valley 15-4 for the Hornets today. 15 runs on 17 hits. They did commit one error. The Hornets left 9 runners on base today. For North Valley, 4 runs on 4 hits. They did commit one error, and they left 6 runners on base today. The winning pitcher is Mark Carpenter. Pitched 6 innings today, 4 runs, all of them earned, 4 hits against them. He did walk 4 and strike out 3. The losing pitcher today is going to be Cooper Cartwright. He pitched 6 innings as well. 15 runs all came across on his watch. 14 of them earned. He gave up 15 base hits, 1 walk, and 1 strikeout. In relief of him came Brady Huff, who pitched the final 7th inning and gave up 2 hits, no walks or strikeouts for Brady Huff. And then the one other pitcher we saw today, Owen Sheen, who came in the bottom of the 7th inning for Henley and shut the door on North Valley. 1 inning pitched, no runs, no hits against him, and he did strike out 3. A solid performance for Henley today gives them win number 14 on the season, and they now improve to 6-2 in league play. For North Valley, they fall to 2-16 on the year, 1-7 in league play. We will tell you what the Skyline Conference looks like coming up in just a bit as we take one more break on the post-game show on 104.3 and 960 Sports. Henley taking game 1 of a doubleheader today, 15-4 over North Valley.
Threads. There are many threads that run through our region. There are churches and schools and Little League teams that bring us together and bind us into communities. There are roads and cars. There are houses and jobs and businesses, all woven together to make the fabric of our communities. There are financial threads that are part of that tapestry as well. For over 80 years, it's been our pleasure to be headquartered here, providing financial services to generations of our friends and neighbors. From that first savings account, to retirement planning, and all of the cars and houses and groceries in between, we keep your money local, investing it back into our communities, adding more threads to the fabric to make our communities stronger. Pacific Crest Federal Credit Union. Find your path.
We welcome you back to 104.3 and 960 Sports HD video on mybasin.com. Game 1 of a doubleheader is over today. Henley taking on North Valley, and the Hornets win 15-4. They improve now on the season to 14-5 overall, 6-2 in league play. The North Valley Knights dropped to 2-15 overall. They're 1-7 in conference play. We'll try to get you updated scores from the other games going on in the Skyline Conference today. Of course, Klamath Union taking on Hidden Valley, and Phoenix battling Mazama. That'll dictate a lot about how the Skyline Conference looks at the end of today. But assuming that there is no final score yet, Henley has sole possession of first place in the Skyline Conference. They are 6-2. North Valley takes sole possession of last place in the Skyline Conference at 1-7. Like I had mentioned, the other games going on, Hidden Valley and Klamath Union. Mazama taking on Phoenix, as we are all starting to look ahead just a little bit to May 25th, the day that the 4A playoffs begin. These Henley Hornets certainly looking to take part in those playoffs and potentially get back to that state championship game. That is June 4th at Kaiser Volcano Stadium in Salem, or I guess Kaiser proper, in just off of I-5. And that is June 4th, the state championship game. The Hornets were at the last proper state championship game when they lost to Banks, and I'm sure that Coach Adam Randall wants to get back there after missing the showcase playoffs last season during the COVID year. And right now, the Henley Hornets, they are staying hot with this win. They have now won 5 straight, looking to make it 6 potentially in Game 2 of a doubleheader, which is coming up in just a bit. If you're listening to the radio, we're going to return you to normal Fox Sports radio programming for about 20 minutes, maybe 15 as we get ready for Game 2. If you're watching on the live stream, we're just going to pause the live stream, and we'll be back with a pregame show in just a few minutes. Final score from the All Sports Park in Grants Pass, Henley taking the win 15-4. We'd like to thank a couple of special people that make this broadcast possible. Of course, both head coaches of Henley High School, Adam Randall and Clay Valenzuela-Reese at North Valley, and both athletic directors as well. We're in his facility today. Tim Sam taking care of us at North Valley High School, and of course, Jesse Hamilton at Henley for cooperating with what we need for each and every broadcast. You can watch an archived replay of this game on mybasin.com. It's your home for everything going on in the Klamath Basin, from news to sports to special events and everything else in between. Find us online at mybasin.com. Once again, the final score today from the All Sports Park at Agnew Lytle Field in Grants Pass. The Henley Hornets taking Game 1 of a doubleheader 15-4 over North Valley. This is Josh Eldridge saying so long from Grants Pass. A Skyline Conference matchup on mybasin.com featuring your Henley Hornets and the North Valley Knights. We're coming to you live from Agnew Lytle Field at the All Sports Park in Grants Pass, Oregon for today's conference matchup. My name is Josh Eldridge. So pleased to be with you today. This is getting ready for Game 2 of a doubleheader this afternoon and Game 3 of the season series between the Hornets and the Knights. Just a few minutes ago, Henley beat North Valley 15-4, a solid 11-run win for this Henley Hornets squad against a North Valley team that is struggling to find the win column this year. They're 2-16 overall in the season. They are 1-7 in league play. Meantime, the Hornets taking a 5-game winning streak into today's game. They are 14-5 overall, 6-2 in conference play. We'll talk a little bit about what we saw in Game 1. Get you caught up on what you have missed today if you're just joining us on 104.3 and 960 Sports and on mybasin.com. Skyline Conference baseball between the Hornets and the Knights is next.
Hi there, it's Les Schwab Tires, reminding you that changing seasons can mean changing road conditions. Introducing the brand new Backcountry AT2 for a quieter ride with improved performance in wet conditions. Because when it comes to keeping your family safe, the right tires help you feel prepared for anything. Seriously, anything. Now save up to $130 when you buy Quadtrac tires with financing. Les Schwab Tires, doing the right thing since 1952.
At Bowers Construction, our mission statement is to enrich the lives of our customers and of our team. So we're trying to be the best construction company that we can be by bringing value to other people's lives. So the work we provide is basically from foundation to roof in residential, and we work in commercial construction. Find our Bowers Construction Facebook page, or just give us a call. It's 541-205-1464. We are a licensed contractor at CCB 188923.
Hi, I'm Rob Cedar, General Manager of Clown Falls Honda and Clown Falls Subaru. I've lived here my whole life. Most of our employees have lived here their whole life too. Our sales, service, parts, and body shop teams are all staffed with experienced local folks. You know them and they know you. Our dealerships are comfortable and not corporate. Comfortable means we're focused on you. I'm Rob, and I'm glad to know you.
Sports was kind of what defined me as a person. I love to play every sport I could possibly play. The Abbeys was really the family stomping ground for all of our community. Saturday afternoon soccer tournaments, we'd head over to Abbeys afterwards. And then when we got up into middle school, on our way home, we'd stop at Abbeys after basketball games. When I go home, I want to see two things when I drive through Winston. I want to see my Abbeys and I want to see my high school. And those are the two memories that stick out the most to me.
And we welcome you back on 104.3 and 960 Sports with HD video on mybasin.com. Getting ready for the Skyline Conference matchup between the Henley Hornets and the North Valley Knights. Henley won game one of a doubleheader earlier today when they beat the North Valley Knights 15-4. Some standouts from that game. If you missed it, we can start on the offensive end for the Hornets. A fantastic day for Hunter Schweink, who ended up finishing the day 5 for 5 with 3 singles, a double, a triple, and 4 RBI. Hunter Schweink had a great day in game one. You'll see him batting 5th in the Hornets order today. Dylan Tobias also had a pretty solid outing for the Hornets. 3 base hits in 4 at-bats, also an RBI for him. And Aiden Hayes had a pretty solid go of things as well, too. 2 RBIs, good for 3 base hits in a 3-for-4 game in game one. Those are your offensive standouts for the Hornets. And, well, you can just take a look at the starting pitching numbers for Mark Carpenter, who will start the game in left field today for the Hornets. Mark Carpenter pitched 6 innings, gave up 4 runs. Each of them earned 4 hits, 4 walks, and 3 strikeouts. Owen Sheen came in relief of him in game one, pitched the final 7th inning. No runs against him, no base hits either. He did walk 1 and strike out 3. Owen Sheen is getting the nod here in game 2 for the Henley Hornets. That's what you've missed so far. Still plenty to look at moving forward. We're going to take a look at the Skyline Conference standings and get you set up for Game 3 of the season series between the North Valley Knights and the Henley Hornets. It's the second game today in a doubleheader from the All Sports Park at Agnew Lytle Field in Grants Pass, Oregon. We're going to take a break and we'll come back. The Hornets and the Knights taking on each other next on mybasin.com.
On Top Tree Services have one of the highest buckets in town. No job too small, no tree too tall. Operating since 2017, this crew's ready for your land clearing, tree removal, tree trimming, stump grinding, and fire prevention. On Top Tree Services offers same-day estimates. I can't mention this enough. If a tree falls on your house or vehicle, they offer a 24/7 emergency tree or limb removal. Give them a call today at 541-882-8707. On Top Tree Services, fast, easy, and reliable. CCB 216014.
The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 120,000 participants here in Oregon who take part in high school sports or activities.
Sports was kind of what defined me as a person. I loved to play every sport I could possibly play. The Abbeys was really the family stomping ground for all of our community. Saturday afternoon soccer tournaments, we'd head over to Abbeys afterwards. And then when we got up into middle school, on our way home, we'd stop at Abbeys after basketball games. When I go home, I want to see two things when I drive through Winston. I want to see my Abbeys and I want to see my high school. And those are the two memories that stick out the most to me.
Hi there, it's Les Schwab Tires, reminding you that changing seasons can mean changing road conditions. Introducing the brand new Backcountry AT2 for a quieter ride with improved performance in wet conditions. Because when it comes to keeping your family safe, the right tires help you feel prepared for anything. Seriously, anything. Now save up to $130 when you buy Quatrac tires with financing. Les Schwab Tires, doing the right thing since 1952.
And welcome you back to 104.3 960 Sports with HD video on mybasin.com. Today's Skyline Conference matchup between the Henley Hornets and the North Valley Knights. Henley coming in today's game 14-5, 6-2 in league play. The Knights 2-16. They are 1-7 in conference play. Just a quick look now at the Skyline Conference standings. Got three teams tied at the top. That was Hidden Valley, Henley, and Mazama coming into today's games. Phoenix was 4-3. They were in fourth place in the conference. Klamath Union and North Valley rounded out the Skyline Conference. They were both 1-6 coming into today's game. Give you an idea of how the rest of the Skyline Conference schedule is shaping up. It's going to be Hidden Valley taking on Klamath Union today, and Mazama battles Phoenix this afternoon. We'll try our best to get you score updates from those games as they continue today, so we can get you an updated look at the Skyline Conference standings. But a fine time now as we are on our last day of April, getting ready for the playoffs, which begin the month of May. The final date of the regular season is May 14th. The playoffs begin, the final day of the Skyline Conference regular season is May 14th. The rankings don't actually freeze until May 16th. So that way teams can wrap up some games or make up games if they need to, of course. And the playoffs begin May 25th. The 8 teams that automatically qualify for the playoffs are the 6 league champions, and then the next 2 highest ranked teams out of the number 2s from those aforementioned 6 leagues. So there's how you get the 8 automatic qualifiers. Then there is a play-in model similar to how basketball does their play-in model, where you take all the rest of the number 2s from each conference and a couple of the number 3s from each league in terms of how they finished, and you pit them against each other to field your 16 play-in games. A few teams obviously get an at-large bid as well into that process. So from there, you seed those down into the 8 that automatically qualified. There's your 16-team bracket that begins on May 25th, and that is how you continue to play down until you get to that June 4th date at Salem Kaiser Volcano Stadium just off of I-5. And a beautiful venue off there just right off the highway was the home of the Salem Kaiser Volcanoes, a minor league affiliate of the Giants for quite a number of years until they were dumped by the Giants when Major League Baseball cut back on a lot of these minor league teams. But here in Oregon, I mean, you still got the Eugene Emeralds, you still got the Hillsboro Hops that are still minor league affiliates in the state of Oregon. And by the way, again, that complex up in Salem might be a little bit dated when you walk into it, but there's nothing like a big, great, grand baseball stadium to get to play in on June 4th for the state championship. Henley was at the last proper state championship when they lost to Banks in that game that secured Banks their triple crown that year. These North Valley Knights, by the way, familiar with the Triple Crown. If you don't know what that is, it means winning the state championship in football, basketball, and baseball. The Banks Braves did that in 2018 and 2019 when they won football, basketball, and baseball, of course, beating the Henley Hornets in the baseball state championship. But these North Valley Knights did that very same thing in the 1984 to 85 school year and sports season. Only one other team in the history of high school sports in the state of Oregon has done that, and that was Medford High School in 1959 and 60 when they won all three. So some pretty exclusive company North Valley is in, and that 85 state championship is the only one in North Valley Knights school history when it comes to baseball. Meantime, you look at the history for the Hornets. They've won. Let's see here. The North Valley Knights the Henley Hornets have appeared in 12 state championship games, and they have won 9 of them. They are 9-3 in state championship games, and their first one coming in 1981 and 1983 as well. So right around the time that North Valley was really kicking into gear with their baseball program in the mid-'80s, Henley was also starting to win some state championships. And now, years and years later, we find ourselves here today at the All Sports Park in Grants Pass at Agnew Lytle Field. It's where the American Legion team used to play, and now just a couple of I guess there's still American Legion teams with the single-A programs out here, not at the same level that you would see the Klamath Falls Falcons playing at. That's AAA, but there are some single-A Legion teams out here in Grants Pass that share this facility at the All Sports Park. I'm thinking the Grants Pass Nuggets. There was an independent summer league team out here a couple of years ago. The Grants Pass River Dogs played at this facility as well, and now the North Valley Knights calling it home for this 2022 season. We're just about ready for first pitch today. On the mound for the North Valley Knights is going to be Owen Farmer, getting his start this afternoon as Blaine Boersma gets ready to step in for the Henley Hornets. We'll get you the starting lineup after this. The first pitch to Boersma is going to miss low for ball one. Blaine Boersma leads things off today for the Hornets. Aiden Hayes in right field hits second. Dylan Tobias bats third at first base. The 1-0 pitch from Farmer, swung on and missed by Boersma. The count, a ball and a strike. Hitting fourth today for Henley is Matt Douglas. Hunter Schweink bats fifth at shortstop. The catcher, Tyler Harper, hits sixth as Owen Farmer comes set with a 1-1 to Boersma. It is low, 2 balls and a strike. Mark Carpenter, Peyton Price, and Leo Ahalt round out the starting 9 for the Henley Hornets. The 2-1 on the way to Boersma. Bounces that one out towards short. Jace Elzy up with it. Strong throw to first. Goes over the head of Cartwright. Now headed for second is Boersma. He's going to get in there. And a ground ball that leads to an error puts Boersma at second to lead the game off for Henley. Aiden Hayes steps in now. The defense for the North Valley Knights goes like this. Dane Kissel behind the dish for North Valley, the freshman calling the pitches today. Anthony Pescata at short, Jace Elzy at short, and then Tyler Snodgrass at second, and Cooper Cartwright at first for North Valley, the outfield after this. The first pitch on the way to Aiden Hayes, and as a matter of fact, it'll be Owen Farmer who steps off and checks Boersma back. He's taking quite a lead off a second base out there. Farmer checks his runner again. Now the first pitch to Hayes is in there, an inside fastball for strike one. In the outfield for North Valley, it'll be Cash Lawless in left, Brady Huff in center, and in right, it is Leo Friedman, the freshman in right. And looks like there might be an equipment issue. Unsure what the conversation is, but they seem to have it figured out as the sophomore Aiden Hayes steps back into the box, down 0-1 in the count, has a runner at second in Blaine Boersma. The right-handed throwing Owen Farmer comes set and delivers a strike to Aiden Hayes. 0-2 is Aiden behind in the count. Right-handed hitting Aiden Hayes in the first game earlier today. Aiden knocked in an RBI and a couple of base hits as well. He fouls one hard down the left field line. Count remains 0-2. He's a .309 hitter on the year. And as I mentioned, 3 singles and a 3-for-4 day in that first game, and an RBI for Aiden. He's got one more out there waiting for him at second. It's Blaine Boersma. The 0-2 pitch to Aiden. He swings and misses at that one. Down on strikes is Aiden Hayes for the first out in the top of the first inning. Dylan Tobias coming in to hit now for the Hornets. Tobias batting .380 on the season and 3 RBI in Game 1 earlier today. Again, he's got one more out there. It could claim it. Blaine Boersma standing at second. The pitch is going to be hit down the third base side past the glove of Pesqueda at third. Now rounding it, headed for home is Blaine Boersma. No throw as he scores. The Hornets take a 1-0 lead in the top of the first inning. An RBI single for Dylan Tobias has the Hornets in business. Now you get to the middle of the order. It'll be Matt Douglas, the designated hitter, stepping in for Henley. Owen Farmer comes set after checking his runner at first. Throws over, tag applied, but diving back safely was Tobias. And if you combine the stats from Game 1 for Dylan today, that is 4 RBI for him. A breaking pitch freezes Douglas, but it missed the zone. So lucky break there for Matt as he watches that one miss. A ball and no strikes. Farmer, big right-handed thrower. Started the game 1, catching for the Knights as Matt Douglas gets a hold of that one, sends it into center field for a base hit. And now 2 runners on, just 1 out for Hunter Schweink. Tobias moves to second, Douglas on at first. 1 run already home this inning for the Hornets, and Hunter Schweink was the offensive MVP in Game 1. There's no doubt about that. He had 4 RBI and finished that game 5 for 5. 3 singles, a double, and a triple for Hunter in Game 1. He watches a big breaking pitch there miss outside. A ball and no strikes to Schweink. Talked to Hunter for a couple of seconds between the games, just waiting to grab the lineup card. He told me his meal of choice between games of a doubleheader is just an apple. That's all he wanted. He had sliced up an apple, or I guess maybe his parents didn't ask that far, but he had some apple slices in the dugout, and he said that was his snack. Good enough for in between games of a doubleheader. As he steps back in, the right-handed hitting Hunter Schweink with 2 runners on and just 1 out in the top of the first. Watches that one miss low. Now 3-0 to Hunter, getting the start at shortstop today for the Hornets, who are wearing their yellow uniforms with Henley written in cursive across the front in navy blue and navy blue lettering across the back. Hornets also in white pants this afternoon, something uncustomary for road teams. The 3-0 on its way to Schweink. Farmer tries to throw to second. Back safely is Tobias. He's got a nice little move to second base, does Owen Farmer. You'll see a lot of right-handed pitchers kind of turn all the way around and just step off. But Farmer almost makes it look like his natural motion and then turns around and throws to second. A breaking pitch freezes Schweink there, finds the zone for strike 1. 3 balls and 1 strike to Schweink. On deck, Tyler Harper. Farmer coming set. The pitch is going to be lifted into shallow right field. Friedman coming on strong, ditches the hat and makes the catch. Tagging from second to go to third is Dylan Tobias. So Schweink is out for the second out in the inning. And that will bring up Tyler Harper as Friedman, the freshman, went over to make that catch. I'm not sure if it was the wind or if he ditched the hat himself, but he left it laying about 5 feet from where he made the catch in right. At third, it's Tobias. At first, it's Douglas. Tyler Harper, the right-handed hitting catcher for the Hornets, steps in chokes up on his bat and no batting gloves. Tyler Harper's ready to take a hack, and he does. He sends one high, foul, but it's still in play. We'll get down in the Henley bullpen. And maybe just a little bit later on that one, Tyler Harper felt like he got a hold of that one, but it'll go foul for just a loud strike one. Hornets have already struck first in this inning. Dylan Tobias knocking in Blaine Boersma earlier this inning, who reached on an error to start the game. Owen Farmer shakes off his catcher Kissel once, now comes set. The 0-1 on its way. A pitch misses high. A ball and a strike. Owen Farmer out there on the mound, a senior, 3-year starter for the North Valley Knights on the varsity baseball team. And doing his catching, Dane Kissel, a freshman. A ball and a strike to Harper. That pitch low in the dirt gets past Kissel. And now breaking for the plate is Tobias. He will get there safely. And also on the play, Douglas moves from first to second on the passed ball. And that will score another run, making it 2-0 Henley in the top half of inning number 1. Harper also ahead in the count, 2-1. Farmer comes set. Delivers the pitch to Harper. Harper runs into that one, sends that one into deep left field. Going back is Lawless, and he will watch that one bounce off the top of the fence in a double for Tyler Harper, as that bounced off the top of one of the plenty of white signs out there. Looked like it might have been a home run, but took a tough bounce off the top of the wall and got down. Tyler Harper with another RBI gives the Hornets a 3-0 lead. And his first RBI today. In steps Mark Carpenter, and a runner for Harper. The catcher takes a seat out there. I believe, well, I'm not quite sure who that was who went out there to run for him. I've seen Orndorff do it in the past, but not entirely sure. We'll get that for you here in a minute as Mark Carpenter watches the first pitch he sees miss outside. 1-0. 3 runs home this inning for the Hornets. They lead 3-0 over North Valley in Game 2 of a doubleheader today. It's Mark Carpenter ahead in the count, 1-0. Farmer comes set with it, kicks and delivers. That one's another off-speed pitch, misses outside, 2-0. Carpenter got the start as pitcher in Game 1, pitched 6 innings, and pitched very well as well. 4 runs came across. He struck out 3 and walked 4. Now getting the start in left field today. That one is fouled back. 2 balls and a strike to Carpenter. On deck, Peyton Price, the starting center fielder for the Hornets, as he is the one to shag the foul ball. All right, 2 balls and a strike to Carpenter. The pitch from Farmer is looked at outside. Count runs to 3-1 now. Still no walks surrendered by Owen Farmer. Shakes off his catcher Kissel once more. Does it again. Now checks his runner behind him at second. It's Harper. Kicks and delivers. That one will miss wide. A 5-pitch walk to Mark Carpenter brings up Peyton Price. Now with runners at first and second and 2 outs. Tyler Harper at second, Carpenter at first. Price getting his first at-bat of the day. He was a starter in Game 1, started in right field, but was being designated hit for by Dylan Tobias in the first game. Getting his first plate appearance of the afternoon. Watches that one miss high and in. A ball and no strikes to Peyton Price. Price, a sophomore for the Hornets, looks at the 1-0, which misses high and away, 2-0. Farmer not getting as much break on his breaking pitches as I think he wants. He shakes his head out there after doing a lap around the mound. Now back on the rubber comes set, delivers the 2-0. That's a fastball that missed low. Kissel blocked it, but the runners are on the move, and Kissel just has to eat that one up, and everyone advances. So now standing at third, it's Tyler Harper. At second, it's Mark Carpenter. Still 2 outs in the inning, and a 3-0 count to Peyton Price. The pitch is going to miss low and away, and that will load up the bases with 2 outs for Leo Aholt. As we've got a meeting on the mound about to commence from head coach Clay Valenzuela-Reese in what would have been his 3rd season. He was hired on to coach the team in 2020, and when that season was canceled, I'm sure a disappointment to him, and wanted to come out and coached last season. The Knights struggled through a weird COVID-shortened year. Tough to hold anything up to the same standard as you would a normal season like we did in 2021. It was just kind of an awkward situation where you only play your league games, and North Valley finished last season 0-15, but already improving this year. They do have a couple of wins this season, and you play in a Skyline Conference where there are not many easy games. Henley's good. Mazama's been good. Hidden Valley has been arguably the best team in the state all season long, so no breaks on the schedule for North Valley. Bases loaded. Leo Aholt steps in with 2 outs, and Henley already leading 3-0. The pitch from Farmer is going to be an off-speed pitch that missed inside. 1-0. Back-to-back walks have loaded the bases after some base hits to start the inning. That is a ground ball towards third. It is fair down the line. Tyler Harper is going to come in to score. They wave in Carpenter, and he scores. The throw-in is wild, but those are still the only 2 that will score on the play. The Hornets lead 5-0. 2 RBI double for Leo Aholt. And back to the top of the order now for the Hornets. Blaine Boersma bats with 2 runners in scoring position and 2 outs. He hit earlier this inning, reached on an error, and came around to score. The first pitch now to Boersma. He watches that one find the inside part of the plate. Strike 1, a good hard fastball from the big senior Owen Farmer. So far this season, Boersma has been a .326 hitter. Very streaky, though he's been. And Boersma runs into that one, lifts that one into left field. Lawless having to go back, and he did not make the catch. 1 run is going to come in to score, and it looks like that's going to be, I believe that was Price who came in to score on the play, and so did Leo Aholt. So a triple for Blaine Boersma makes the score 7-0. Boersma winds up at third. Credit him with 2 RBI on the big fly ball to left field. It looked like Lawless almost got there, but just let that one get over his head. Aiden Hayes steps in now. He watches ball 1 miss wide, 1-0. Pitch comes inside, and Hayes watched that one miss again. Turned his back. Thought that one might hit him, but it didn't. He's just ahead in the count, 2-0. 7 runs across for the Hornets already in just the top of the first inning. And Hayes makes contact with that one, fouls it off. 2 balls and no strikes. 2 balls and 1 strike to Aiden Hayes. Dylan Tobias on deck. Hornets swinging the bat real well to start this game as Hayden Hayes fouls that one back. 2 balls and 2 strikes. It took the Hornets until the 7th inning to really explode in Game 1 when they put up 6 in the 7th inning. Helped them secure a 15-4 win in Game 1 earlier today. Aiden Hayes hits one into left center field. That's going to get down for a base hit. Blaine Boersma will score, giving the Hornets an 8-0 lead. Aiden Hayes winds up at second. Give him an RBI and the double. And the Hornets really opening things up here in the first. This brings up Dylan Tobias, who has a single already this inning and an RBI. Standing at second is Aiden Hayes. Owen Farmer comes set, kicks, and delivers a breaking ball that Tobias sends into right. That one will get down. They're waving in Hayes. The throw in is going to be cut off by the first baseman Cartwright, and Henley notches another one, 9-0 here in the top of the first. Hayes comes in to score. Another RBI for Dylan Tobias, as he's already got 2 RBIs today. In steps Matt Douglas. Douglas takes a hack at the first pitch he sees, but fouls it down the third base line. It'll be 0-1 with a runner on first and 2 outs. Been searching for this third out for quite some time, has Owen Farmer. Douglas singled, came in to score last time, as Farmer steps off and looks Tobias back to first. No throw, and re-toes the rubber. Takes one more look over. Farmer comes set. Gets ready to deliver the pitch to the right-handed hitting Douglas. Checks his swing, missed inside. A ball and a strike to Douglas. He's a .333 hitter on the year. Had a couple of RBIs in that first game. A line shot right back up the middle, and that'll be into center field for a base hit for Douglas. Tobias moving to second. Douglas on board with a single. And in steps Hunter Schweink. That's 5th in the Henley order and was the second out in this inning. He's 0 for 1 today with a fly out to right field early on. He bats now with a different situation. With a runner on first, Matt Douglas. At second, it's Tobias. Hunter Schweink, second on the team in RBI. The first pitch to him is going to be lifted into right field. Under it is Friedman, and he will put that one away to finally end the inning. The Hornets score 9 on 7 hits. They do leave 2 stranded, and they lead 9-0, heading to the bottom of the first inning on 104.3 and 960 Sports with HD video on mybasin.com.
Sports was kind of what defined me as a person. I loved to play every sport I could possibly play. The Abbeys was really the family stomping ground for all of our community. Saturday afternoon soccer tournaments, we'd head over to Abbeys afterwards. And then when we got up into middle school, on our way home, we'd stop at Abbeys after basketball games. When I go home, I want to see 2 things when I drive through Winston. I want to see my Abbeys, and I want to see my high school. And those are the 2 memories that stick out the most to me.
And we're back on 104.3, 960 Sports, HD video on mybasin.com. Henley leads the North Valley Knights 9-0. Owen Sheen getting the start for Henley. They're just going to keep him rolling. He pitched the final inning in Game 1 of a doubleheader today. In 4 batters that he faced, he walked 1 and then proceeded to strike out the next 3. In his 1 inning pitched so far today, the left-hander getting the nod here in Game 2. He's going against a North Valley lineup that looks like this. Anthony Piscata leads off at third base. Jace Elzy, the shortstop, bats second. Hitting third for North Valley, Dane Kissel, the catcher. Center fielder Brady Huff bats cleanup for North Valley, and Cooper Cartwright at first hitting 5th. Batting 6th is Owen Farmer, the pitcher. Joseph Munoz hits 7th. He's the designated hitter. Cash Lawless in left bats 8th, and in right, Leo Friedman rounds out the North Valley order. The left-handed throwing Owen Sheen ready to face Anthony Piscata. Misses there. A ball and no strikes. Owen Sheen found his breaking stuff towards the end of that 7th inning. He fires in a fastball there. A ball and a strike. Big breaking ball from Sheen and a good hard fastball as well. Haven't seen him mix in a changeup too much as he misses with a curve there. 2-1. Definitely a different look from the junior Sheen, left-handed thrower, than they saw in Game 1 from the freshman right-hander, Mark Carpenter, as there are some players warming up in the North Valley bullpen. A ground ball out to short. Schweink is up with it. The throw on to first, and they get Pesqueda on a close play and a good stretch by Dylan Tobias at first. The defensive starters for Henley, it's going to be Harper behind the plate, Blaine Boersma at third, Hunter Schweink at short, Leo Ahalt at second, and Dylan Tobias at first. In the outfield for the Hornets, Mark Carpenter in left, Peyton Price in center, and Aiden Hayes in right. A breaking pitch to start out Jace Elzy in there for strike one. One out in the inning in the bottom of the first, and Henley leads 9-0. Another off-speed pitch fouled back by Elzy. 0-2 now. So Owen Sheen is picking up the pace a little bit. He's ready to throw fast. The pitch is a breaking ball. 0-2 misses. Trying to get Elzy fishing for that one, but he doesn't bite. Still, ahead in the count, a ball and 2 strikes is Sheen. The pitch from Owen swung on and missed, and that'll get him for the second out this inning. Down goes Jace Elzy, and Dane Kissel now bats with 2 outs in the bottom of the first. Kissel in the first game was 0 for 4 with 2 flyouts, a groundout, and a strikeout. He started at shortstop in Game 1 and now behind the dish for the Knights in the second of a doubleheader. Owen Sheen missing there. Another thing about Owen is he's tall and left-handed. He's about 6'4", and he has a long stride to the plate. Hides the ball real well also. The 1-0 is going to miss high and away, 2-0. Brady Huff on deck if he gets a chance. The 2-0 on the way from Sheen is a bouncing ball down the third base line, fielded by Coach Valenzuela Reese, dating back to his Medford Rogues days, potentially. That was a nice little backhanded snag in the third base coach's box. 2 balls and a strike to Kissel. Sheen delivers one that's outside, 3-1. Owen Sheen looking to get out of this inning. 3-1. That one is going to find the inside part of the zone, run the count full with 2 outs in the bottom of the first. Henley already leading 9-0. Sheen can come right at him here. Full count. The pitch from the southpaw is going to miss wide, and a walk to Kissel. With 2 outs in the first, brings up Brady Huff. First walk issued of this game by Owen Sheen. Remember, he did walk 1 in the 7th inning of Game 1, and then came back and struck out the next 3, getting the start here. Sheen comes set, looks at his runner at first. That's Kissel. Delivers to Huff, who watches that one miss low and in for ball 1. Huff starting in center field today. Started in center field in Game 1 as well, and then came in to pitch in the final inning. Didn't give up any runs. That pitch is going to miss low, 2-0 to Huff. Nice lead off of first from Kissel. Sheen delivers. That one misses wide as well. 3-0, the count to Huff. Henley has won 5 straight coming into today's game. They boast a 22-game win streak over North Valley coming into today's game. And they are up right now by 9. The 3-0 is going to miss a 4-pitch walk to Brady Huff. Moves Kissel to second, and Cartwright now comes to bat. Cooper Cartwright in that first game was 0 for 3, a couple of flyouts and a strikeout. That one came in the 3rd inning of Game 1. looking to get in the hits column for the first time this afternoon. The first pitch from Sheen is going to miss. It looked like it was off the shin guard of Tyler Harper, bounced a couple of feet in front of the plate, and everyone moves up one. It'll now be Kissel at third, Huff at second, and Cooper Cartwright with a couple ducks on the pond here looking to knock some home. North Valley still looking for their first run here in the bottom of the first. A ground ball to first off the glove of Tobias and into right field. One run comes in, and they're sending Huff. The throw not in time, and trying to get Cartwright advancing to second. The throw ends up in center field. 2 runs come in to score on the play, and Henley still leads the game 9-2. But good job by putting the ball in play by Cooper Cartwright, making some things happen and knocking in 2. I'll go in the books as an E3 and 2 RBIs. 2 unearned runs against Owen Sheen there, and in steps Owen Farmer. Pitch missed outside, 1-0. Farmer in that first game was 0 for 3. A couple of flyouts and a ground out. Sheen missing wide there, 2-0. On deck, Joseph Munoz, if he gets a shot. There's been 2 outs in this inning for quite some time. Sheen walked 2, and then the error allowed those 2 to score. The pitch to Farmer is going to be fouled off, kind of filleted down the right field line. 2 balls and 1 strike, the count now to Farmer, who is the starting pitcher for North Valley. Definitely got himself into trouble in the first after 9 runs came across. And 8 of them earned. Pitch to Farmer in the dirt, but collected by Harper. 3 balls and 1 strike to Farmer, as he gave up 7 hits in that first inning as well, and walked 2. Time is called on the field. A perfect time to remind you that if you want to stay in shape and earn some money on the side, you might think about becoming an athletic official. There is a dire shortage of them in the state of Oregon, and we need you now more than ever. You can visit osaa.org/officials to learn more information, as the 3-1 pitch was fouled back, runs the count full. Now 3-2 to Farmer. Sheen comes set, delivers. That pitch will miss. Another walk in this inning for Owen Sheen. Puts a runner on first. Still 2 outs in the inning, as Cooper Cartwright advances to second on the walk. Joseph Munoz steps in. Munoz had a single in the first game. He struck out and grounded out. As a wild pitch gets to the backstop. Cartwright to third. Farmer to second. And now Munoz an opportunity to knock 2 more in for the North Valley Knights. They're showing resolve here in the bottom of the first inning, and getting them on, getting them over, and getting them in. So far, Sheen now pitches from the windup with the runner on third. That misses wide. 2-0 the count to Munoz. He is designated hitting for the second baseman Snodgrass for North Valley. A swing and a miss on the 2-0 pitch. Looked to be an off-speed pitch by Owen Sheen. Had Munoz quite a bit out in front of that one. And 2-1. Now Sheen again from the windup, missing outside. 3-1. Sheen has been missing outside to these right-handed hitters this afternoon so far. That's why he's got 3 walks this inning. Trying to find the zone here on the 3-1 pitch, and time is called. Unsure what the situation is. It looked like maybe just taking too long for a second. The count is 2-2, not 3-1. My apologies there. Home plate umpire correcting us there. Count 2 balls and 2 strikes to Munoz. The pitch is going to miss, and it bounces off the glove of Harper. Runner breaking for the plate. The throw is in time, but he slides under the tag. Cartwright safe at home, and Farmer advances to third on the pass ball. And the score now 9-3. Runner on third is Farmer. And a full count to Joseph Munoz. Sheen delivers. That one misses. Another walk for Owen Sheen. And we're going to have a conversation on the mound after that one, to be sure. That is 4 walks in the past 5 batters for Owen Sheen. Not a stat line you'd be proud of, I'm sure. I don't think they'd take the ball from him just yet. Mark Carpenter unavailable to pitch, and Dylan Tobias unavailable to pitch today for the Hornets. There's a couple of guys you could turn to, but would like to see Sheen gather things because he's pitched a fine inning before he started walking, guys. It was a ground out and a strikeout the first 2 batters this inning. Since then, Dane Kissel has walked, Brady Huff has walked, Cooper Cartwright reached on an error, Owen Farmer and Joseph Munoz both walked after that. So these 3 runs that have come in, all unearned against Owen Sheen, but he's just walked these guys to allow them to get on base, and now you're at the bottom of the order. Cash Lawless getting ready to step in as the meeting on the mound is over. Runners at the corners. At third, it's Farmer. Munoz at first. And Cash Lawless getting his first at-bat in today's affairs. Even in the first game, didn't get to see too much action. Lawless, a freshman right-handed batter, stepping in. Sheen having to pitch from the stretch. Comes set. Eyes down his runner at first. And delivers a strike on the outside part of the plate. It's a good hard fastball, and that's where Sheen has been missing today. Outside, not too high, not too low, just outside a lot today to these right-handed hitters. The 0-1 on its way to Lawless is swung on and missed for strike 2. Sheen trying to manage his way out of this inning. Comes set. Getting ready to deliver to Lawless. It's in there, strike 3, and Sheen does finally get out of this inning. The Knights plate 3 on no base hits in the inning, but 4 walks turn into 3 runs for the Knights. Henley going now to the top of the second, leading 9-3 on 104.3 and 960 Sports and HD Video on mybasin.com.
Sports was kind of what defined me as a person. I loved to play every sport I could possibly play. The Abbeys was really the family stomping ground for all of our community. Saturday afternoon soccer tournaments, we'd head over to Abbeys afterwards. And then when we got up into middle school, on our way home, we'd stop at Abbeys after basketball games. When I go home, I want to see 2 things when I drive through Winston. I want to see my Abbeys, and I want to see my high school. And those are the 2 memories that stick out the most to me.
Welcome back on 104.3 960 Sports, HD Video on mybasin.com. Getting ready for the second inning. A new pitcher in for the Knights, and we'll get you these defensive changes coming up here. It looks like it's going to be Huff on the mound for North Valley, and it is Owen Farmer reclaiming his position behind home plate. You're going to see Dane Kissel move out to short. Elsie moved back over to second. And on the mound is Huff. We'll close the book on Farmer in just a second. Tyler Harper stepping in now for the Hornets. The first pitch from Huff comes inside as Tyler Harper turned out of the way of that one. He's already 1 for 1 in this game and doubled home an RBI as Huff, the right-handed pitcher, delivers the 1-0. That one's going to miss outside. 2 balls and no strikes. Owen Farmer pitched that first inning. He gave up 9 runs, 8 of them earned, 7 base hits. He did walk 2 and struck out 1 in his 1 inning of work. The 2-0 is going to be fouled back, out of play. 2 balls and a strike to Tyler Harper. As the outfield for the North Valley Knights is also switched around, I'm sure, a little bit, as a line drive back into center field is going to get Tyler Harper aboard here in the 2nd inning. And that's a way to start things off. Mark Carpenter on a step in now. So it looks like just trying to make sure we have the defense right for North Valley. I believe Snodgrass still out there at second, and maybe Kissel moved into center. We'll make sure that it's right for you here in a minute as Carpenter lofts one behind second base, and that one is put away for the first out. Still a runner on first, and that will bring up Peyton Price. Price today walked, came around to score in that big first inning the Hornets had where they scored 9. Taking a nice lead off first as Harper Huff checks him, comes set, and makes a throw. Almost too low of a throw, but Cartwright was able to stay with it. And now Peyton Price stepping back in. The pitch is going to be looked at. Outside for ball 1. They try to get the back door on Harper, but he dives back safely. And Farmer, who started the game pitching, again finds himself back as the catcher for North Valley. A high breaking ball misses 2-0. So the defense for the Knights look like this. It'll be Farmer behind the dish. Kissel, who was catching, is now in center field. Huff, who was in center field, is now pitching. And there's the defense for you for North Valley. The 2-0 from Huff is fouled off and out of play. 2 balls and a strike. Quite a bit of foul territory here at the All Sports Park, Agnew Lytle Field. You might call that a pitcher's ballpark because the defense has so much room to try to catch foul balls, and the dimensions pretty friendly to pitchers, too. The 2-1 on the way. Breaking from first ahead to second is Harper. He slides in safely. No throw. But he is in scoring position now with just 1 out, and Peyton Price at the plate. 327 down either line here at the All Sports Park. 380 to dead center field. A lot of room out there to make plays for the defense as Peyton Price steps back in. He's ahead in the count 3-1. Huff coming set, checking the runner. The 3-1 pitch is hit in the left field for a base hit. They're waving Tyler Harper home. He's going to come in and score. Henley leads now 10-3. An RBI single for Peyton Price. That's his first base hit of the day. Price didn't get to bat in the Game 1 win for the Hornets. He was designated hit for, and now in his second at-bat, he gets his first base hit and his first RBI of the day. That brings up Leo Ahalt, who doubled home 2 runs in his first plate appearance. 1 out, runner on first is Price. The pitch into the right-handed hitting Leo Ahalt is going to miss wide. A ball and no strikes. North Valley Knights have struggled in conference play these past couple of seasons. They enter play today 1-7 as that pitch is lifted into center field. Going back is Kissel, and he will make the catch on the run in center field. The freshman showing off the leather there to put that one away for out number 2. And now back to the top of the order for the Hornets. It's Blaine Boersma. Boersma reached on an error in the first, came around to score to start the game, and then hit a triple in the first inning also that scored 2 more runs. Boersma having a good Game 2 showing after a lackluster Game 1 showing. A hit-and-run play, bounces right back up to second. That one's off the glove of Snodgrass and into center field. That'll be an error and just an error, I believe, and it looks like they might be allowing Price to move to third because the ball hit him. Or was there interference? Snodgrass was running to second to cover the bag on the steal. The ball was hit right to second base. It was off the glove of Snodgrass, and he kind of fell over and I guess obstructed the runner Price from advancing to third. So they're going to give him third. They're going to allow Boersma to reach on an error for the second time this game. Put that one in the books as an E4, and he stands out there at first. Now with 2 outs and runners at the corners, it's Aiden Hayes. Taken off from first and headed for second is Boersma. He dives in safely, no throw. The pitch, I believe, missed low, a ball and no strikes. 2 runners in scoring position for the sophomore Hayes. Huff comes set. A slow roller out to third. Pesqueda is up with it. Throw on to first in time, and that will end the inning. The Hornets score 1 on 2 base hits in the inning. They leave 2 stranded. They lead 10-3 over North Valley. We head to the bottom half of the second on 104.3 and 960 Sports with HD video on mybasin.com.
Trying to lose some weight and get in shape? Harbor Isles Tennis and Fitness Club provides a clean and friendly workout environment with professional and experienced staff to help you achieve your goals. They offer state-of-the-art equipment, indoor tennis and pickleball courts, certified personal trainers, tons of group exercise classes. They're the best exercise facility in the Klamath Basin. Plus, they now have a smoothie bar to give you a nutritious boost after your workout. See and feel the difference at Harbor Isles Tennis and Fitness Club. It's the place to be.
And welcome you back to the mybasin.com Game of the Week on 104.3 and 960 Sports. To the bottom of the second inning, Henley leads 10-3 over the North Valley Knights. Owen Sheen still on the bump for the Hornets into his second inning of work. He's got to go up against Leo Friedman, Anthony Pesqueda, and Jace Elzy. That's 9, 1, and 2 in the North Valley order due up this inning. The Hornets scored 1 in the top half, and now it's up to Owen Sheen to try to get back in rhythm here in the bottom half. The first pitch is going to miss outside to the left-handed hitting Leo Friedman. Friedman in the first game finished 1 for 1, and he also walked twice. The 1-0 home to Friedman. That one will miss inside, 2-0. Owen Sheen has not necessarily missed high or low too much today, but he has missed side to side, missing outside to right-handed hitters today, and now facing his first left-handed hitter of the game. He's still missing in that left-handed batter's box, missing inside to Friedman. 3 balls and no strikes. Sheen already has 4 walks today. That pitch comes inside, and a 4-pitch walk issued to Leo Friedman. Again, no one up in the Henley bullpen, as that is walk number 5 through the first 9 batters that Owen Sheen has faced thus far. Anthony Pesqueda steps in. Pesqueda grounded out to start the first inning. Sheen comes set, checks the runner at first, and Friedman, the first pitch, is going to miss low in the dirt. 1-0 to Pesqueda, who played fairly well in game 1 of a doubleheader today. 1 for 3. He did have a single, came around to score once, and also walked, came around to score then as well. So scoring twice for North Valley in that first game. The 1-0 on the way to Pesqueda. He hits that one into right field for a base hit. And everyone, well, Friedman was the only guy on base. He's going to stay put at second. So it'll be 2 runners on with nobody out. And Jace Elzy coming in to hit. Elzy is 0 for 1 today. He struck out in the first. And the right-handed hitting sophomore settles in, kind of away from the plate. The back of the batter's box, that one is going to find the outside part of the plate for strike 1. But again, Sheen preferring the outside portion of the dish. Let's see what he does here on the 0-1. It's a pitch that misses outside to the right-handed hitting Jace Elzy. On deck, Dane Kissel. He gets a shot this inning. Owen Sheen comes set. Checks his runner at second. Kicks and delivers. That one is bouncing out towards second. Coming on strong is Schweink. He has to throw on to first, and he is safe at first base on a bang-bang play, and that will load the bases. And the catcher, Tyler Harper, is asking someone to check on that play, but no coaches coming out of the Henley dugout. That's one of those where you might want to ask for help. The umpire standing near second base. Tough to make a call at first. Regardless, bases loaded and nobody out. The first pitch to Dane Kissel is in there for strike 1. Standing at first is Elzy. Pesqueda at second. At third, it's Friedman. The pitch from Sheen came inside to Kissel. Had to scoot out of the way of that one. A ball and a strike. Owen Sheen from the wind-up. A check swing from Kissel on the curveball from Sheen. Might have been the best curveball he's thrown all afternoon, but it just missed low. 2 balls and a strike. Sheen again pitching from the windup with the bases loaded, missing outside 3-1 to Kissel, who he walked in the first and who then came around to score in that 3-run first inning that North Valley had. 2 base hits and a walk to load the bases here in the second. The pitch is low. 5-pitch walk brings a run in, 10-4. Henley still leads, and that brings in Brady Huff, who walked his first time through. Pesqueda to third. Elzy to second. Kissel at first. The pitch is a ground ball towards third. Boersma on to second for 1. Ahold on to first for 2, and they get him. A double play. A run does score, making it 10-5. And advancing to third was Elzy. But the 5-4-3 double play, a big one to try to help Sheen get out of this inning. Already 2 runs home, and in steps Cooper Cartwright. Cartwright reached on an error and scored 2 in the first. And now bats with a runner on third in Dane Kissel, or pardon me, Jace Elzy. The first pitch into him was a strike. Now the 0-1 pitch to Cartwright is swung on and missed. 0-2. 2 outs in the inning after that double play. On deck, Owen Farmer. Sheen again from the windup with the runner on third. The 0-2 pitch is swung on and missed, and that will retire the side. Not before 2 runs come home for North Valley on 2 base hits. They still trail the Henley Hornets 10-5 as we head to the third inning on 104.3 and 960 HD video on mybasin.com.
Hi there, it's Les Schwab Tires, reminding you that changing seasons can mean changing road conditions. Introducing the brand new Backcountry AT2 for a quieter ride with improved performance in wet conditions. Because when it comes to keeping your family safe, the right tires help you feel prepared for anything. Seriously, anything. Now save up to $130 when you buy Quadtrac tires with financing. Les Schwab Tires, doing the right thing since 1952.
And we welcome you back to 104.3 960 Sports with HD video on mybasin.com. Top of the third inning, middle of the Henley order due up. Dylan Tobias, Matt Douglas, and Hunter Schweink. That is 3, 4, 5 in the Hornets order due up against Brady Huff, entering his second inning of work. All things considered, did fairly well in the second inning, only allowing 1 run to come across after Owen Farmer, the starting pitcher, allowed 9 runs to score in the first. First pitch from Huff to Tobias is a line drive out to second base and snagged by Snodgrass. That was a nice play to secure the first out. Had to take a couple steps to his left and kind of picked that one off the top of the grass. In steps Matt Douglas. Douglas today is 2 for 2, a pair of singles in that big 9-run first inning I had mentioned just a minute ago. He watches a big bending curveball miss high for ball 1. Douglas watches that one miss high as well, 2-0. The designated hitting Matt Douglas started game 1 at first base and now is hitting for Owen Sheen in the lineup. That pitch missed outside, 3-0. Sheen, of course, the starting pitcher for Henley today. Wind picking up a little bit as the cloud cover comes back just a tad at the All Sports Park, blowing kind of across the outfield from right to left as the 3-0 pitch finds the outside part of the plate. 3 balls and a strike to Douglas. Kind of see the trees blowing. You get to open up and see the other things that go on here at the All Sports Park. There's some beach volleyball courts behind the left center field fence as the 3-1 pitch misses to Douglas. He's aboard via the walk with 1 out. And if you've never been here to the All Sports Park, it's actually kind of a neat place, right? We've got the volleyball fields out in left center. We've got some more baseball fields behind us. I think there's basketball courts over the left field fence as well. Maybe like I don't know, there's a giant parking lot. They could be on the other side of the parking lot too, but it's a great complex out here in Grants Pass. As the first pitch to Hunter Schweink misses to make the count 1-0. Hunter was definitely the offensive MVP in game 1, but so far today in this game, he is 0 for 2 with a couple of flyouts to right field, 2 balls and no strikes. On deck, Tyler Harper. Schweink in that first game, the reason I say offensive MVP, Hunter was 5 for 5 with a triple, a double, and 3 singles. And again, he had 4 RBI in that first game. He's ahead in the count now, 2-0. The pitch comes in high, and he has to duck to get out of the way. 3-0. Another thing you'll notice about Hunter is the kind of guy on your team. There's always one on a baseball team whose jersey is about as untucked as it can be while still being tucked in, just barely following the rules as a 3-0 pitch misses high. A 4-pitch walk to Hunter Schweink. Douglas moves up to second. And that will bring up Tyler Harper, the catcher, having to dispatch of his catching gear in the on-deck circle. By the way, something else cool, since North Valley has sort of tried to take over this facility, at least for baseball season, they've got the on-deck circles that are custom for them. One has their logo in it, you would guess, but the other one has Skyline Conference written on it, which I think is kind of neat as well. The first pitch finds the zone to Tyler Harper, 0-1, with 1 out and 2 runners on. Schweink at first and Douglas at second. Brady Huff getting ready to deliver the 0-1 pitch to Tyler Harper. That one misses high and in, a ball and a strike. And that Skyline Conference on-deck batter's circle might have to change for North Valley next year, considering they're dropping out of the Skyline Conference, dropping out to 3A next year, out of the 4A classification. The 1-1 pitch is lifted into deep left center field. Going back is the center fielder Kissel, and he will make the catch. No, did that one hit the ground? I think it did. Schweink gets to second, so... No. Schweink was out. Harper was out. Apologies. Schweink now to second, and Douglas to third. Was trying to see if they called that out or not, and then they did. So Douglas tags to third, Schweink tags to second, makes it runners at second and third with 2 outs after a big fly ball from Tyler Harper and a good play by Kissel in center to put that one away. Mark Carpenter steps in. And I mentioned the North Valley dropping out of the 4A classification this next season. That's not due to the fact that they have been losing games. I mean, you look at their record and you say, well, they're dropping down. Why is that happening? And I think their record is more of a byproduct of the reason why they're dropping down a classification. The first pitch to Carpenter is going to find the zone 0-1. It just comes down to participation numbers for North Valley and the amount of kids they have going to school in Merlin. The 0-1 is going to be a pitch that misses high, a ball and a strike. As with the reclassification and redistricting committee meeting this past school year, North Valley will be joining a conference with St. Mary's Medford, Cascade Christian, South Umpqua, and schools of that nature down in the 3A classification. The Skyline Conference will become a 5-team league next year. Ball and 2 strikes to Mark Carpenter with 2 away in this inning. That pitch is going to miss low, 2 balls and 2 strikes. And all these changes, by the way, not to be confused with what's happening with football next year, with Phoenix also leaving the conference and North Bend, Ashland, and Marshfield joining the conference. That is a football exclusive thing, as the 2-2 pitch misses inside, runs the count full. And it definitely can get confusing with all the teams moving up and down. The OSAA tries to make it the best and most competitive that they can. All their plans are laid out on osaa.org. Carpenter gets ahead of the 3-2 pitch and fouls it down the third base line, so we'll have to do it again, 3-2. The Hornets lead 10-5 in the top of the third inning. They've got 2 runners in scoring position with 2 outs. Douglas stands at third, Hunter Schweink at second, and Mark Carpenter, the freshman, at the plate. He is 0 for 1 today. He's walked and flown out to this point in the game. The 3-2 pitch home is going to be fouled straight back. So we'll do it again. Mark Carpenter again got the start on the mound in game 1, pitched 6 solid innings for the Hornets and helped them get a 15-4 win in game 1. This is a ground ball out to Snodgrass. That one eats him up. The throw on to first is not in time. 1 run comes in to score. It's Douglas, and Schweink slides in safely as well. 2 more runs score for the Hornets. They lead 12-5 after the error at second base, allowing Carpenter to reach. Credit him with 2 RBIs, and in steps Peyton Price. That's 3 errors on the day for North Valley, as they trail 12-5 to the Hornets. Peyton Price getting ready to step in now. A walk and a base hit to this point in the game. Runner on first is Carpenter. The pitch from Huff, a breaking pitch that missed high. Taken off for second is Carpenter. The throw is wide. It takes Snodgrass off the bag. In safely is Carpenter. And that puts the runner on second with 2 outs. And a 1-0 count to Peyton Price. Price singled in a run in the second inning. The pitch is going to be hit into center field. Kissel doesn't have to move too much out there. It was hit right at him to end the inning. The Hornets, they score 2 in the inning. Off the bat of Mark Carpenter, they leave 1 stranded. 1 North Valley error in the inning gives us a score of 12-5 as we head to the bottom of the third inning on 104.3 and 960 Sports HD video on mybasin.com.
On Top Tree Services have one of the highest buckets in town. No job too small, no tree too tall. Operating since 2017, this crew's ready for your land clearing, tree removal, tree trimming, stump grinding, and fire prevention. On Top Tree Services offers same-day estimates. I can't mention this enough. If a tree falls on your house or vehicle, they offer a 24/7 emergency tree or limb removal. Give them a call today at 541-882-8707. On Top Tree Services, fast, easy, and reliable. CCB 216014.
Welcome back to 104.3 960 Sports with HD video on mybasin.com. In the bottom of the third inning, Henley leads North Valley 12-5. New man on the mound for the Hornets. It'll be Hunter Schweink coming in relief of Owen Sheen. Sheen finishes his day with 2 innings pitched. 5 runs come across on him, although just 2 of them earned. For the Knights, 2 base hits against Sheen. He walked 7 and struck out 2 in his 2 innings of work. Hunter Schweink coming in relief. Last time we saw Hunter was a week ago today against Klamath Union in Game 2 of a doubleheader there. Schweink pitched 5 strong innings, 10 strikeouts in those 5 innings, and then was pulled in the 6th. Klamath Union crawled back into that game. Henley ended up still winning that one 7-6, but Schweink definitely kept him in it from a pitching standpoint. Hunter, about 6'5". He's a basketball player. He missed this season of basketball because he had hurt his ankle, and by the time the end of basketball season rolled around and Hunter was cleared to play by the doctors, he decided, you know what, basketball season's almost over. Let's just get ready for baseball, and that's exactly what he did. Finds himself coming in relief in Game 2 of a doubleheader this afternoon. Fires in strike 1 to Owen Farmer, who reached on a walk back in the first inning. The 0-1 pitch from Schweink is going to miss low and inside, 1-1. Hunter throws a good, hard fastball, a pretty good changeup as well, and he's known to drop the hammer from time to time. The 1-1, a 2-seam fastball, comes inside, 2 balls and a strike. He also will mix in that 2-seam fastball that has just a little bit of cut back towards right-handed hitters. The 2-1 is looked at low and away, 3 balls and a strike to Owen Farmer to get things started. After Farmer, it is Munoz and Cash Lawless, 6, 7, 8 in the North Valley order due up this inning. The 3-1 is going to miss low. A walk issued by Hunter Schweink allows Farmer to get aboard there. And that will bring up Joseph Munoz, who walked his last time through. That walk will prompt Tyler Harper to go out and visit with Hunter Schweink on the mound. A fine time to remind you that this game is brought to you in part by Pacific Crest Federal Credit Union. Picking the right path can make the journey easier, the distance shorter, and can assure that you end up at the right place. Whether you're dreaming of owning a home or you just want a great checking account, Pacific Crest Federal Credit Union can help you reach your goals. Conference on the mound is over, and in steps Joseph Munoz. He walked and was left stranded his last time out. That pitch misses high, gets past Harper, and Farmer will advance to second on the wild pitch. So no outs and a runner at second for Munoz in that first game. 1 for 3. Today, again, just that 1 walk in his only plate appearance thus far. The 1-0, Schweink comes set with it, kicks and delivers a swing and a miss. Weird back, it brought him the heat on that one. Munoz was just a bit late there. They've been getting him with breaking balls mostly today, but we'll see if with the scouting report changes with Hunter Schweink. As he steps off, a halt went to go backdoor Farmer, but no throw is made. This Farmer's only a couple of steps off second anyway. The 1-1 from Schweink misses high and tight. 2 balls and a strike to Munoz. And they try to backdoor him at second. The throw goes into center field, and Owen Farmer advances to third on the play. Put that one in the books as an error for Henley, as now that changes the situation just a little bit. Anything in play could score Farmer. We'll see if they send him on a ground ball, as the corners tend to shade in a little bit for the Hornets. The outfield a couple of steps in as well to try to stop anyone from tagging if they can. The 2-1 on its way to Munoz, swung on and missed. Good, another hard fastball from Hunter Schweink as Munoz steps back in. He's got his hands high, and his batting stance kind of backs off the plate a little bit. The pitch swung on and missed, and Schweink got him swinging for the first out of the inning. That will bring up Cash Lawless 0 for 1 today. He did strike out back in the first inning. Cash Lawless, a freshman for North Valley, getting the start today in left field. The first pitch to Lawless is looked at for strike one. Good fastball on the outside part of the dish. On deck, Leo Friedman. The pitch to Lawless, he's a bit behind that one, fouls it down the first base side, out of play, 0-2. Lawless, one of 3 freshmen in the starting lineup today for North Valley. The 0-2 pitch is looked at inside and low, 1-2 to Lawless. The other 2 freshmen that I mentioned, Dane Kissel and Leo Friedman. Again, Friedman on deck. The 1-2 is swung on and missed, and Schweink, back-to-back strikeouts here in the third, brings up Leo Friedman. He is not had an at-bat yet in this game. In his one plate appearance, he has walked, came around to score. That was in the second inning. The first pitch to the left-handed hitting Friedman finds the outside part of the zone. A nice fastball from Schweink puts him ahead in the count, 0-1. That one from Schweink, also same spot, 0-2. Good placement there by Hunter, and he is way ahead of Leo Friedman. Comes set, delivers, and that'll be fouled back. Good job by Friedman to stay alive. Getting the start in right field today. He also got a start in game 1 in left. He walked twice and was aboard with a base hit in the first of 2 this afternoon. The 0-2 on the way to Friedman, swung on and missed, and Hunter Schweink, 3 straight strikeouts to get himself out of a jam. And 1 runner left on board for North Valley. The Hornets still lead 12-5 on 104.3 and 960 Sports with HO on mybasin.com.
The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 120,000 participants here in Oregon who take part in high school sports or activities.
Welcome back to 104.3 960 Sports with HD video on mybasin.com. We are through 3 innings from Grants Pass in Game 2 of a doubleheader. Henley leads 12-5 for the Hornets so far today. 12 runs on 7 hits. They've committed 2 errors, and they have left 5 runners on base. For the North Valley Knights today, 5 runs on just 1 base hit. We'll get that updated for you. Just 1 base hit today. They have committed 3 errors, and they have left 4 runners on base. That is how we get to this point in the ball game. 12-5 in the top of the 4th inning. Due up this half for the Hornets is going to be Leo Ahalt, Blaine Boersma, and Aiden Hayes. That is 9, 1, and 2. In the Hornets order, still trying to get to Brady Huff, who in 2 innings of work so far has given up 3 runs, a couple of base hits in the process, and only 2 of those 3 runs are earned. The first pitch on its way to a halt. That one is just a bit too inside for our umpire's liking. A ball and no strikes to a halt, who is 1 for 2 today with a 2 RBI double in the first, and he flew out in the second. Nice breaking pitch there by Huff. Finds the zone. A ball and a strike. Coming set now with it is Huff. That one is swung on, lifted into the infield. It looks like Piscata is coming on strong in foul territory, and a collision between the catcher Farmer and Piscata. It looks like they're both okay. Just seems like a miscommunication there. Piscata I thought was calling everyone off. Farmer must not have heard him, and there was definitely a collision about halfway down the third base line, but they pat each other off, and looks like it's going to be okay. Just want to make sure that everyone is just going to take a second, take a breath out there. And I'm sure Farmer, as the catcher, definitely a little bit shaken up. He thought he might have had a play on the ball, but as the guy who is geared up, you know he's not hurt, but I'm sure he doesn't feel too great that he just ran over his teammate down the third base line. But it looks like everyone is okay. Coach Randall is talking with a halt. Randall now in his third season as the Henley head coach. Took over for Tim Cleland a number of years ago and still looking for his first state championship as Henley's head coach. In the school history, Henley has 9 state championships in 12 championship appearances. As it looks like we're all okay, ready for some baseball as Leo Ahalt steps back in. Count a ball and a strike. The pitch is a ball that's hit into shallow right field. That's going to get down for a base hit. Rounding first and headed for second is Ahalt. They are going to hold him up at second, and a lead-off double for Leo gets the Hornets in business here in the fourth. A no-out double to lead off the inning. To the top of the order now is Blaine Boersma. He has reached on an error twice today and also tripled in the first inning, knocked home 2 runs with that triple, and one more out there waiting for him at second. Huff coming set. And the first pitch to Boersma, a ground ball to third, snagged by Piscata. Throw on to first is in time. They give Boersma, but in the meantime, Ahalt moves up to third. And so with just one away now, there's a runner 90 feet away from scoring. That's Leo Ahalt. Aiden Hayes stepping in now. Aiden, to this point in the game, has struck out, grounded out, and doubled home a run. He's a .309 hitter on the season. The pitch is going to be looked at for ball one. It was low and away. Good job there by Farmer to stop that one from getting past him. Doesn't let too many get past him. I'm knowing this about Owen Farmer. In the couple of years I've seen him, and then the 2 games today, he is a backstop back there. The 1-0 is in there for strike one. Off-speed pitch to Aiden Hayes, finds the zone, evens the count at 1 with nobody out. 12-5 the score, and a runner on third for the Hornets. The pitch is looked at high, 2-1. Looks like the sun is starting to shine down on the field a little bit. There's a couple of dark clouds just past the left field fence. Hope that they stay away long enough for us to finish our game today. The 1-1 is a ground ball out towards short. Elsie up with it. Throw on to first in time. The out is made, but a run does come in to score, making the score 13-5 with 2 outs in the inning and nobody on. Dylan Tobias steps in. Credit Aiden Hayes with an RBI. That is his second in this game. Tobias, 2 for 3 this afternoon, a pair of singles and a flyout to this point in the ball game. Watches strike one across the outside part of the plate. 0-1 as Brady Huff looking to get out of this inning, only allowing one to come across. Only has to worry about Tobias with no runners on. A line drive right back to Huff. He gets out of the way of that one as it lands into center field. And Tobias aboard with his third single this game with 2 outs in the top of inning number 4. Matt Douglas steps in now as a line drive back to Tobias. You know, in batting practice, they tell you send it back where it came from. That is exactly what Tobias did there. All right, Matt Douglas stepping in now. A couple of singles today as he watches ball one miss inside. Along with those 2 singles, he walked back in the third, has reached base in all of his at-bats in this game. Douglas, a .333 hitter on the year as Huff steps off the mound to check his runner back to first. That's Tobias. Already 1 run home in this inning for the Hornets. They lead 13-5 in the top of the 4th. A line drive into right center field is going to get down for a base hit. And the Hornets keeping this inning alive in the top of the 4th as on the base hit. Tobias will advance to third. Douglas on at first. Back-to-back singles bring up Hunter Schweink. Hunter now in as the pitcher for Henley. Looking to help his own cause here, maybe give himself a bigger cushion. The pitch is going to find the zone. Strike one to Schweink. That one misses outside. Farmer doing a nice job of stopping that one. Runners at first is Douglas. At third, it's Tobias in a 13-5 ball game. The 1-0 is going to miss. The count now 2-0 to Schweink. In this game, not as productive as he was in game one of a doubleheader today. He has flown out twice and walked in this one, but 4 RBI for him earlier today. Swings at a pitch well inside, pops it up in the infield. Elzy comes on and secures that one for the third out. Henley scores one in the inning on 3 base hits. They lead 13-5 as we head to the bottom of the 4th inning on 104.3 and 960 Sports with HD video on Basin.com.
Thread. There are many threads that run through our region. There are churches and schools and Little League teams that bring us together and bind us into communities. There are roads and cars, there are houses and jobs and businesses, all woven together to make the fabric of our communities. There are financial threads that are part of that tapestry as well. For over 80 years, it's been our pleasure to be headquartered here, providing financial services to generations of our friends and neighbors. From that first savings account, to retirement planning, and all of the cars and houses and groceries in between, we keep your money local, investing it back into our communities, adding more threads to the fabric to make our communities stronger. Pacific Crest Federal Credit Union. Find your path.
Welcome back on 104.3 960 Sports. HD video on mybasin.com. We're in the bottom of the 4th inning for the Knights. Due up as they trail 13-5. It's going to be the top of the order. Anthony Piscata, Jace Elzy, and Dane Kissel to try to get the rally started for North Valley. In that last inning for Henley, they scored one more run on 3 base hits. There were no North Valley errors in the inning, and 2 runners were left stranded out there for Henley. And now Hunter Schweink out there back on the mound, the right-hander, looking to get some business done against Anthony Piscata. The first pitch is going to be sliced foul down the first base side. Piscata so far today, 1 for 2 with a ground ball out, and a single came around to score as he watches that one miss. Must have been inside. A ball and a strike to Piscata. Schweink kicks and delivers. That one missed outside for sure. There's no argument about that. 2-1. Schweink came out of the bullpen to pitch the 3rd inning, walked the first batter he faced, then struck out the next 3. A big curveball. Ooh. Schweink must be feeling squeezed a little bit there. 3-1. You could hear it from the Henley dugout all the way up here. They thought that he was feeling squeezed. All right, the 3-1 pitch from Schweink to Piscata is going to be fouled back. The count runs full, 3-2. Piscata in that first game, a single and strikeout and a ground out. The full count pitch is a breaking ball. A line drive gets down into right field for a base hit. Piscata starts out the 4th inning with a base knock, bringing up Jace Elzy. Elzy today is 1 for 2, singled in the 2nd, struck out in the 1st. Elsie, a sophomore for North Valley. Again, a lot of underclassmen on this team. Looking at their roster, and I only see one senior, and it's Owen Farmer. Schweink delivers the first pitch to Elsie, gets to the backstop. Pesqueda will advance to second on that play. And there goes the possibility of a double play with Pesqueda on second. Elsie a chance to knock in a run here. He did finish 0 for 3 in game 1 and already has his first base hit today. The pitch to Elsie will be fouled back. A ball and a strike to Elsie. Dane Kissel on deck as he has to field the foul ball. Schweink, the right-handed thrower, comes set. Looks back at his runner at second. That's Pesqueda. The pitch finds the outside part of the dish. 1-2. The count to Elsie. A swing and a miss on the big breaking ball. Gets Elsie way out in front. Fourth strikeout of the day for Hunter Schweink. Is one out in the fourth inning, and in comes Dane Kissel. Hunter has been locked in last couple of outings for him. Heard Coach Randall talking with Hunter and the rest of the team before the game, saying, hey, look, fellas, today is the last day of April. Got to start shaping up for the month of May, and playoffs begin at the end of the month. League season ends on May 14th. A ground ball hit by Kissel out to short. Sheen up with it, and the throw is not in time at first. The throw home to try to get Pesqueda, and they do get him. And that was actually a double play as they got him at first. Mark it up as the classic 6-3-2 double play to end the inning. 13-5, Henley leads as we go to the top of the fifth inning on 104.3 and 960 Sports with HD video on mybasin.com.
Sports was kind of what defined me as a person. I loved to play every sport I could possibly play. The Abbeys was really the family stomping ground for all of our community. Saturday afternoon soccer tournaments, we'd head over to Abbeys afterwards. And then when we got up into middle school, on our way home, we'd stop at Abbeys after basketball games. When I go home, I want to see two things when I drive through Winston. I want to see my Abbeys, and I want to see my high school. And those are the two memories that stick out the most to me.
Welcome back, 104.3, 960 Sports, HD video on mybasin.com. 13-5 the score as we are in the top of the fifth inning. Brady Huff entering his third inning of work out of the his fourth inning of work out of the bullpen. He's done some nice things. He's only given up 4 runs in his 4 innings. You take away that big 9-run inning that Henley had in the first, and this will be a much different ball game. But right now it'll be for the Hornets. Tyler Harper, Mark Carpenter, and Peyton Price due up. That's 5, 6, 7 in the Hornets order to try to get a rally started, maybe get up by a couple and end it in the bottom half of the fifth. But we'll see if Huff has anything else to say about it out there. We are ready to go. This Skyline Conference matchup between the Knights and the Hornets. Henley has a 22-game win streak over North Valley in the past about 7 seasons, dating back to 2014. As a matter of fact, since 2014, North Valley has really struggled in the Skyline Conference. 17-88 in the past 7 years in conference play. As Tyler Harper gets ready to step in. Harper in this game is 2 for 3. Doubled home a run in the first, singled in the second, flew out in the third. Swings at the first pitch he sees there and fouls it off. Strike 1. For Harper so far this season, batting .292 as a catcher. That's pretty good, and for high school, that's about where you expect to be for a good catcher, batting about .292. 0-1 the count to Harper. The pitch is looked at for strike 2 on the outside part of the dish. Huff ahead of Harper. Carpenter on deck. The freshman awaiting his turn. The pitch to Harper is swatted into center field. Going back is Kissel. That's over his head. That's going to get down. Headed for second now is Harper. They might send him to third, and he will. The throw is not going to be made, and a lead-off triple for Tyler Harper in the fifth. That was an absolute shot to dead center field. Kissel hightailed it behind him and still couldn't get there. And I'll tell you a thing or two about the Kissels here in Grants Pass. They are fast, and he still couldn't get to that one. Carpenter stepping in now as he has walked, flown out, and reached on an error to this point in the game. And I say the Kissels multiple because you've got Dane Kissel in center field. His dad, Curtis, is an assistant coach. You've got a couple Kissels who went to Hidden Valley High School. And they're all over the place when you talk about baseball in the Rogue Valley. Carpenter steps in now, the right-handed hitting freshman. Awaits the first pitch. It is low. Farmer blocking that one from getting to the backstop. Carpenter this season batting .375, although a smaller sample size than the rest of his team. Not getting to hit in very many games. Knocks one into shallow center field, into no man's land, and that one is down. An RBI base hit for Carpenter. Now it's a foot race to second base. No one is there to cover him, and the throw is not in time. Carpenter slid under the tag at second. It was a foot race between him and the pitcher Huff at second after Snodgrass abandoned his post. So did LZ. No one was there to cover second base, and he beat them all there, and an RBI on the play. As Harper came in to score, Carpenter finds himself at second, and in steps Peyton Price. The score 14-5. Henley leads. Price stepping in now. He does have an RBI today. He's 1 for 2. The pitch is going to miss low and away. A ball and no strikes to Price. Peyton, a sophomore, again, didn't get to bat in the opening game of 2 today. But he is a 192 hitter. The pop-up is going to wind up foul. So that makes the count a ball and a strike to Price. And the sophomore 192 hitter, he's got one more run out there waiting for him. So far, Price on the season has just 5 RBI. You can add one more to that total earlier today, so makes it 6. The 1-1, no throw home. In fact, the Huff is going to turn around and toss to second to try to get Carpenter. But he is back safely. The freshman standing at second after knocking in a run earlier this inning. The pitch is a breaking ball hit out to short. LZ up with it. Throw on to first is going to be in time, but I think that it took Cartwright off the bag. Safe at first is Price. Put it in the books as an E6. Carpenter advances to third, and Leo Ahalt bats now with nobody out and 2 on, as it looks like Coach Clay Valenzuela-Reese comes out and wants to have a chat with the home plate umpire and the base umpire getting together because I think he thought it might have been safe, and it looked like the throw beat him at first. If anything, Cartwright took his foot off the bag trying to field the throw made by LZ. Now, it didn't look to me up here that he pulled his foot, but we're so far removed that we just don't know. And after a conversation, it turns out that Price will be called out. So a good decision by Coach Valenzuela-Reese in his second season to get the umpires to talk about that one and make the right play and right call. So 1 away in the inning for Leo Ahalt. There is a runner on third, that is Mark Carpenter, and the infield in for the Hornets and the score, for the Knights. The score 14-5. Henley leads. That runner at third is the 10th run for the lead for Henley. A line drive into left field. Carpenter is tagging, and he will head home. That ball was not caught by Lawless and will be marked as an error in left field as he let that one fall gracefully to the floor. And maybe did he catch it? It looks like so. The original call must have been that he was out. Now Coach Adam Randall has a problem with the base umpire because he thinks that that ball dropped, and that's what I thought had happened too. So just trying to have a discussion, and they are going to chat again. And now this is curious. How does the home plate umpire have a better view of the outfield than the base umpire? It looked to me like that one might have been a base hit. Either way, a run did come in to score. It would have only been the second out in the inning, and Carpenter did tag up and come in to score regardless. They're calling a halt out, so that's back-to-back calls that have been reversed and put in the books as a sacrifice fly. Either way, you'll take it if you're Leo, I'm sure, because you get the RBI, you put your team up 10. Now there's 2 outs for the top of the order in Blaine Boersma. Brady Huff getting a chance to pitch from the windup. The right-hander fires it in. Boersma pops it foul. Farmer had a look at it for a second, but it'll bounce around along the netting in the big grandstand here at Agnew-Lytle Field and be foul. 0-1 to Boersma. Score 15-5. So Hornets up 10 over the Knights. That pitch coming inside, missing. A ball and a strike to Boersma, who tripled in this game, has otherwise been held quiet. I mean, he has reached on an error a couple of times, but awaiting the 1-1, misses away. 2 balls and a strike to Boersma. Also had a base hit in the first game, came in the 7th inning. The 2-1 on its way to Boersma, lifted into right field in foul territory, and will fall into foul territory. 2 balls and 2 strikes now to Boersma. On deck, if he gets a chance, is Aiden Hayes. Blaine is a .326 hitter on the year, but has been very streaky, especially in the second part of the season. Once league play has started, Blaine will go, 4 or 5 at-bats without a hit, and then he'll go 4 or 5 at-bats with a hit. And just looking to find some consistency. Today has been a tough one for him. The 2-2 pitch to Boersma misses high, runs the count full, 3-2. Huff deciding the pitch. Kicks and delivers. It's a ground ball out towards second. Snodgrass dives for it, can't get there. That'll be a base hit into right field for Boersma, and there we go. Blaine getting his second base hit of the day with 2 outs in the top half of the 5th inning. Henley is up 10, and it looks like Snodgrass might have rolled around a little bit awkward out there. He's walking off the field, and Coach Reese talking with him, making sure everything is okay out there. This game brought to you in part by Coldwell Banker, Home and Premier Realty. Little things can add up to big bills when you're buying, selling, or owning a home, and Coldwell Banker, Home and Premier Realty's Beyond the Sale guarantees protect buyers, sellers, and homeowners from unexpected repair bills. To learn more, you can call Coldwell Banker, Home and Premier Realty today. All right, we're ready for baseball as Aiden Hayes steps in. He takes a hack at the first pitch he sees and fouls it straight back. 0-1, the count to the sophomore Hayes. He's got a double and an RBI earlier today that came in the big first inning that Henley had, where they scored 9. Other than that, he has grounded out twice and struck out once. The 0-1 pitch to Hayes is lifted into right field. Going back is Friedman. He has to come on strong. Last that one in the sun as that one gets down for a base hit. And advancing to second was Hayes. And curious to see if that would be scored an error or if that'll be a base hit. They're putting that in as a base hit. And that'll be the 10th hit of the day for the Hornets. And Hayes aboard with a double, moves Boersma to third with 2 outs, and Dylan Tobias. Tobias 3 for 4 today with 2 RBI. All 3 of his hits have been singles. As a matter of fact, there is a substitution coming in for Tobias, as it'll be Owen Sheen hitting for him instead. So Owen getting to bat here in the 5th with 2 runners in scoring position. First pitch to Owen is in there for strike 1. Sheen getting his first at-bat in this game, but in game 1, finished 1 for 3. A 192 hitter is Owen. The 0-1 to him here is swung on, fouled back, 0-2. Huff back on the rubber. Getting ready to deliver the 0-2 pitch to Owen Sheen. He misses there. 1-2. Runners at second and third with 2 outs in the 5th inning of a 15-5 ball game. At second, it's Hayes. At third, it is Blaine Boersma. Huff comes set, delivers to Sheen, sends that one in right field. That'll get down for a base hit. Boersma jogs home. Aiden Hayes does the same, and Owen Sheen rounds second. Headed for third. The throw is not in time. A bases clearing triple for Owen Sheen. 17-5, and Henley leads in the 5th. Matt Douglas bats now for the Hornets, as a couple of extra base hits back-to-back have the Hornets rolling in the 5th inning. It took them this long to have a big inning since that first. They've plated 4 here and 1 more 90 feet away. The first pitch to Douglas is lifted behind first. Cartwright over to make the catch and end the inning. 4 runs come across for Henley as they lead 17-5, heading to the bottom half of the 5th on 104.3 and 960 Sports with e-video on mybasin.com.
At Bowers Construction, our mission statement is to enrich the lives of our customers and of our team. So we're trying to be the best construction company that we can be by bringing value to other people's lives. So the work we provide is basically from foundation to roof in residential, and we work in commercial construction. Find our Bowers Construction Facebook page, or just give us a call. It's 541-205-1464. We are a licensed contractor. It's CCB 188923.
Welcome back to 104.3 960 Sports with HD video on mybasin.com. The Hornets could end things here in the bottom half of the 5th inning. They lead by 12, 17-5 over North Valley. Brady Huff, Cooper Cartwright, and Owen Farmer are the 3 due up this inning for North Valley. Now, with the mercy rule possibly being in effect, the Knights would have to score 3 here to keep this game going. But the Hornets and Hunter Schweink looking to slam the door here in the bottom half of the 5th inning. First pitch to Huff is lifted into foul territory. Tobias ranging over and won't be able to get quite to that one. It will land foul by the North Valley bullpen, a long strike 1. So far today, Huff is 1 for 2. Excuse me, 0 for 1 rather. He walked in the first inning. He's aboard there with a base hit into left field. Takes a big round around first, but just is aboard there with the single in the 5th inning. Cooper Cartwright up now. 0 for 2, reached on an error and was out in the 2nd as well. Schweink, the righty, checking his runner at first. Comes set, kicks, and delivers a big swing and a miss to Cartwright. 0-1 the count. Schweink struck out 4 so far today. Looking to add to that total here. The pitch is going to be low in the dirt, blocked by Tyler Harper. 1-0 the count now. Schweink with the 1-1. That is a breaking ball, a beautiful curveball there. Started out of the zone, broke back into the zone for strike 2. A ball and 2 strikes. Now the count to Cooper Cartwright, and that one is going to be fouled back. Still 1-2 to Cartwright. Owen Farmer on deck if he gets a chance, and he should, he will, because he's walked twice today as Farmer. The pitch to Cartwright, a check swing, slow roller out to second, a halt up with it, tosses on to short. The throw back to first is... Did they get him at first? There's no signal. It looks like they did not. Everyone is safe. The throw to second was in time, but I think it pulled the foot of a halt at second. So now we have runners at first and second with nobody out. And Owen Farmer steps in, and it looks like a conversation between the umpires now, again, is they're trying to figure out, I think, who had which guy. And the guy at first is out, and I thought that was the correct call, but I didn't see a designation made either way. So Cartwright is out. First out this inning. Huff is still at second, and Owen Farmer is going to bat nonetheless. A change coming out for the Hornets, as out at second base now, it's going to be Bo Pyle, the freshman. Haven't seen much of Pyle this year. He's listed as an infielder, getting his first minutes here in Skyline Conference play out there at second base, replacing Lou Ahalt. The pitch to Farmer, misses low, 1-0. With a win here, Henley would secure the season sweep of North Valley for the 8th straight year. The pitch to Farmer, Hunter Schweink delivers. That one is swung on and missed, 1-1. After this game for Henley, a few days off. They'll be back on Wednesday when they have to take on Phoenix back at Rosser Field. The 1-1 as Schweink comes set with it. The pitch is a big breaking ball that misses outside, 2-1. One out in this inning, and Henley trying to slam the door on the North Valley Knights. Schweink comes set, delivers that one high and tight to Farmer. Had to duck out of the way of that one. 3-1 now, the count to the only senior on North Valley's roster, Owen Farmer. Been a 3-year starter, started today on the mound, gave up that big 9-run first inning to Henley. And the pitch to Farmer is going to miss high. That is a 5-pitch walk. Runners at first and second now for Joseph Munoz. Another walk today from Schweink, just the second one that he's issued today. As Munoz steps in, he has walked back in the first. That one was credited to Owen Sheen. And struck out in the third. Just an 0-for-1 day for Munoz. The pitch is going to find the zone outside part of the plate for strike one. For North Valley, after today, it'll be a date with Hidden Valley next week. The Civil War, as they call it here in Grants Pass. A swing and a miss. 0-2 to Munoz. Hidden Valley's gotten the best of that matchup the past few seasons as well. Munoz fouls it back. In fact, most teams have gotten the best of North Valley these past few seasons, dating back to 2014. Again, I had mentioned the 17-88 overall record. 0-2. Looked at for strike three. Munoz goes down looking for the second out this inning. And the sixth strikeout of the day for Hunter Schweink. And that will bring up Seth Gallego getting his first at-bat. The sophomore stepping in now. Gallego hitting in place of Cash Lawless, who struck out twice today. The first pitch swung on and missed by Gallego. Runners at first and second. Farmer at first. At second, it is Brady Huff, who began this inning with a base hit. A line drive right to the glove of the new second baseman, Bo Pyle, and he will end the ball game. 17-5, Henley taking this one from the North Valley Knights. We're going to take a quick break here on mybasin.com, and when we come back, we'll recap this game for you, give you a look at the Skyline Conference standings, and send you on your way. That's all coming up next as we recap Henley's 17-5 win over North Valley this afternoon. We'll be back on mybasin.com.
Hi there, it's Les Schwab Tires, reminding you that changing seasons can mean changing road conditions. Introducing the brand new Backcountry AT2 for a quieter ride with improved performance in wet conditions. Because when it comes to keeping your family safe, the right tires help you feel prepared for anything. Seriously, anything. Now save up to $130 when you buy Quad-Track tires with financing. Les Schwab Tires, doing the right thing since 1952.
At Bowers Construction, our mission statement is to enrich the lives of our customers and of our team. So we're trying to be the best construction company that we can be by bringing value to other people's lives. So the work we provide is basically from foundation to roof in residential, and we work in commercial construction. Find our Bowers Construction Facebook page, or just give us a call. It's 541-205-1464. We are a licensed contractor at CCB 188923.
Hi, I'm Rob Cedar, General Manager of Clown Falls Honda and Clown Falls Subaru. I've lived here my whole life. Most of our employees have lived here their whole life too. Our sales, service, parts, and body shop teams are all staffed with experienced local folks. You know them and they know you. Our dealerships are comfortable and not corporate. Comfortable means we're focused on you. I'm Rob, and I'm glad to know you.
Sports was kind of what defined me as a person. I loved to play every sport I could possibly play. The Abbeys was really the family stomping ground for all of our community. Saturday afternoon soccer tournaments, we'd head over to Abbeys afterwards. And then when we got up into middle school, on our way home, we'd stop at Abbeys after basketball games. When I go home, I want to see two things when I drive through Winston. I want to see my Abbeys, and I want to see my high school. And those are the two memories that stick out the most to me.
Welcome back to 104.3 960 Sports and HD video on mybasin.com. Today's Skyline Conference matchup between the Henley Hornets and the North Valley Knights is concluded. Henley defeating North Valley in Game 2 of a doubleheader today, 17-5. For the Hornets today, 17 runs on 10 hits. They did commit 2 errors. The Hornets left 8 runners on base this afternoon. For North Valley, 5 runs on 4 hits. They committed 3 errors and 5 runners left on for the Knights today. Winning pitcher goes to Owen Sheen. In just 2 innings pitched, he gave up those 5 runs, but just 2 of them earned. He did give up 2 base hits as well, and 7 walks for Owen Sheen and 2 strikeouts. For Hunter Schweink, who came in relief of him today, 3 innings pitched, no runs came across on him. He did give up his fair share of base hits today, just 2 against him, 2 walks, and he struck out 5, a good outing for Hunter Schweink out of the bullpen. Losing pitcher today, Owen Farmer gave up 9 runs in his 1 innings pitched. 8 of those runs were earned, 7 base hits given up. He walked 2 and struck out 1 in that first inning. Brady Huff came in relief, pitched the final 4 innings, gave up 8 runs, 5 of those earned. He gave up 4 base hits, walked 2, and struck out nobody. That's the pitching finals today. We'll highlight a couple of offensive key players today for Henley. Let's start with Blaine Boersma, who finished Game 2 today with a couple of RBIs. He reached base on errors a couple of times, and another base hit as well, finishing the day 2 for 5, but with those 2 RBIs and getting on with those 2 errors, knocking in some runs as well and making things happen, Blaine Boersma gets a look from us, as well as Leo Aholt today, who finished with 3 RBI in the second game, sacrifice fly, a couple of doubles, and he flew out in the second, but a solid day for Leo Aholt today, our 2 offensive standouts for the Henley Hornets. Earlier in Game 1 of a doubleheader today, our offensive standouts were Aiden Hayes, who finished with 2 RBIs in a 3 for 5 ball game. Also, we highlighted Dylan Tobias, who wrapped up the day with 3 RBIs, 2 singles, a double, and a triple in the first game. And Hunter Schweink, who finished with 4 RBIs in that first game and finished 5 for 5 at the dish for the Hornets. Again, Schweink came in relief and pitched a stellar afternoon for the Hornets here in Game 2 that they won 17-5. Game 1 was a 15-4 victory for the Hornets. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we'll take a look at the Skyline Conference and tell you what's next for both of these squads next week as we continue the post-game show on 104.360 Sports with HD video on MyBasin.com. Henley wins 17-5.
Threads. There are many threads that run through our region. There are churches and schools and Little League teams that bring us together and bind us into communities. There are roads and cars, there are houses and jobs and businesses, all woven together to make the fabric of our communities. There are financial threads that are part of that tapestry as well. For over 80 years, it's been our pleasure to be headquartered here, providing financial services to generations of our friends and neighbors. From that first savings account, to retirement planning, and all of the cars and houses and groceries in between, we keep your money local, investing it back into our communities, adding more threads to the fabric to make our communities stronger. Pacific Crest Federal Credit Union. Find your path.
And we welcome you back on 104.3 960 Sports HD video on MyBasin.com. Henley taking a pair from North Valley today, 17-5 in the second game, 15-4 in Game 1 of a doubleheader today. Henley also finishing out the season series sweep of North Valley with a 10-0 win. That was back on Wednesday. So with this series sweep of North Valley, Henley extends their winning streak over the Knights to 24 games in 8 years with another sweep over the Knights and a solid couple of years for the Hornets over North Valley. Time to take just a quick look now at the Skyline Conference standings. Henley is 7-2. They are tied up with Hidden Valley, who is also 7-2. Some final scores after their games against Klamath Union today. Hidden Valley beat the Pelicans twice, 20-2 and 12-0. Those games wrapping up just a bit ago, so we can tell you that Hidden Valley is 7-2. Mazama and Phoenix still playing right now, but Mazama did take game 1 over Phoenix earlier today, 4-2. And that game in progress right now at Kiger Stadium. So we'll find out more about that in just a little while. So as the Skyline Conference looks right now, Hidden Valley is 7-2. They are tied with Henley at the top of the conference. Each of those teams are 7-2. Mazama is 6-2. Phoenix is 4-4. North Valley is 1-8, and so is Klamath Union. They are also 1-8. The conference starting to take shape a little bit now as we get closer to May 14th, the final day of the Skyline Conference regular season. Rankings freeze on the 16th of May, and then we start to talk about playoffs. 8 teams automatically qualify for the state playoffs. 6 of those 8 are the 6 conference champions that we'll have around the state. That's the Coapa League, Tri-Valley Conference, Oregon West Conference, Sky-M League, of course, the Skyline Conference, and the Greater Oregon League. Those 6 champions will automatically get a berth into the 16-team bracket. You have 2 more at-large bids in those top 8, and then you have a play-in model, which is very similar to how basketball is ran. You take the number 2 teams from all of those conferences and match them up against the number 3 seeds for most of those conferences as well. You seed those 16 down to 8. You send them to play the other 8 that would already had made the tournament, and there you go, your 16-team bracket that will end up with 2 teams playing in Salem at Kaiser Volcano Stadium on June 4th for the 4A state championship. Again, that is June 4th. The Henley Hornets certainly wishing to make another trip back there after they lost to Banks in 2019. They're well on their way going into next week. They're going to be taking on the Phoenix Pirates, and they will bring a 6-game winning streak with them over back to Rosser Field. That is going to be on Tuesday, and we will have coverage of softball Tuesday afternoon against the Phoenix Pirates on 104.3 960 Sports. Meantime, for these North Valley Knights, they are going to be back here on Wednesday night taking on the Hidden Valley Mustangs, or the Civil War as they call it here in Grants Pass. The Merlin North Valley Knights from the north end of town taking on Murphy Hidden Valley Mustangs. The south end of Grants Pass should be some fun baseball there, although Hidden Valley probably expected as the number 1 team in the state to take a view from North Valley there. Of course, you can find all the updated conference standings on osaa.org as we get close to the end of the season. This about does it for us this afternoon. Appreciate you being with us on the MyBasin.com Game of the Week on 104.3 and 960 Sports. Of course, you can go back and watch an archived replay of both of these games this afternoon on MyBasin.com. It's your home for everything going on in the Klamath Basin, from news, sports, special events, and everything else you could probably think of can be found on mybasin.com. Would like to thank some of the folks that makes this broadcast possible each and every time we come on out here. Let's start with both head coaches, Adam Randall for Henley High School and Clay Valenzuela-Reese at North Valley. Of course, both athletic directors as well, Tim Sam at North Valley and Jesse Hamilton, the athletic director at Henley High School, for helping us out each and every week. Final score this afternoon in 2 games. Henley won game 1 15-4, and they took game 2 17-5. This is Josh Eldridge saying so long from Grants Pass, Oregon.